Blog Talk Radio.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ted Santos, and I am your host of Straight Talk. We are that talk show that was made for men by men. And we talk about life, love, relationships, money, career, social challenges, and we always do it from a man's perspective. And before we get into that tonight, let's bring a rugged beat. Some of you call it my caveman beat. And XRP Isaac, it's rape. I just didn't want to put I didn't want to be flagged as putting something violent language. So I put it as rap. But let's get a beat going before we get started. Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year. It is January 2nd, 2022, and we are right at the beginning of a very new year. In some ways, you've heard this beat. You could say the same beat. We're in a new year, and we're jumping into a new year with a very, very taboo topic. You guys know why Straight Talk exists. We're the talk show that is made for men by men, except not even women want to miss the show because we talk about some of the most provocative, politically incorrect topics that people often avoid, even though it's the dead elephant in the room or swept under the rug. We address it, and even we address topics that may be very common. Everyone may have discussed it. We just take a very different perspective. We look at things from perspectives that are not normally discussed by society, or once again, common topic, dead elephant in the room, and no one will actually ask the question. So here tonight, we're starting the year off talking about something that taboo is probably a good word to use for it. We're going to talk about rape. So let me just say, I am not encouraging. For sure, this is a politically incorrect topic. But while it's politically incorrect, it's much more popular than people believe, just not discussed as much. It's not discussed to the extent it's popular. Right? So its popularity is here and the discussion of it is very low. And at the same time, while we are going to discuss it, I am not encouraging. I do not condone or encourage rape of any kind. So I need to say that up front. At the same time, there are women who may condone and encourage it in many different ways. And some of the things, you guys know, I like to do screen shares. So we're going to do a screen share. We're going to look at an article. We'll look at an article from Psychology and see what the psychologists have to say about this whole notion of women having a rape fantasy. You guys know I like to always have more than one way to express the topic. And so one way to put this out there is, do most women have a rape fantasy? The other way is, why do so many women want to be raped by a stranger? And this topic, yep. Hey, man, exactly. A lot of guys know this is true. We just don't talk about it. It's such a taboo topic. We can't even discuss it. But tonight we are going to get into it, and the pun is intended. There's a gentleman, you guys have seen him on the show, Red Pill Rican. He posted something about a guy who kidnapped a woman and told her, I think she had 3 months to fall in love with him. And he abused her. I think he even raped her. He sexually and physically abused the woman with the hope that she would fall in love. And my comment was, this is going to be a movie. Like Lifetime Television will make a movie out of this. And someone said, "Hey Ted, they've already done it." The movie is called 365 Days. And I found the movie, and the movie is literally about a guy who kidnaps a woman, and he doesn't abuse her. This is an exceptionally wealthy guy. If you decide to watch the movie, they speak a lot in the place where I'm watching it. And I've only watched about an hour of it, but after 30 minutes, the message is clear, right? This woman has been kidnapped. You see that at some point there's some level of submission to this guy, but he lives in a mansion, probably 80,000 square foot mansion. And this guy has his own private jet, and his dad was recently executed, assassinated, I should say. So I don't know if this is mafia. I don't know. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Chris? This is yeah, 50 Shades of Gray. This is a little bit more. So the post that Red Pill Rican made was of a guy who in real life kidnapped a woman. And I asked, I said it should be a movie. And someone said they already did the movie, 365 Days. I found the movie, and it seems that in real life, this guy copied and imitated the movie. So in the movie, some wealthy dude kidnaps this woman, and he tells her that you have 365 days. Today is your birthday, and 1 year from today, I will release you, except you're going to fall in love with me. So the movie is about him doing the things for her to fall in love. But it's very interesting because this man, so many people use the word simp. This guy is not close to a simp. He establishes very, very clear dominance. Like, no question, no doubt, he is not there to cater to this woman. She is there for him. But he's not physically abusive, not even emotionally. I mean, I guess kidnapping someone is going to create emotional duress. He takes her shopping, and it seems like one of those blank credit cards. He takes her shopping with a blank check, and she just buys up everything. And he's got guards, bodyguards. He's got people around him all day long everyone is at his beck and call, just like that. And so what you see is a woman who's turned on by power. And the movie, and even the notion of this, do most women have a rape fantasy? What you guys are going to discover is that perhaps women have much more resentment for men than men realize. Women are looking for a level of power with men, and they are not always getting it. Hey, yeah, definitely. There's some false accusations. I'm going to pull up one or two videos about that, and it's specifically to this topic. It's mind-boggling when you see this. Right? Yeah, women who actually do get raped. It is bad for women who it actually happens, but so in one sense, you can wrap your head around this topic, right? So there are women who want to be forced or raped. The first time I ever heard a woman say this, I think maybe I was about 30, and well, 28 actually, the first time I heard it. And I said, no, this isn't what you want. you just want a man that you know to be forceful. And she was like, no, I want it to be a stranger. And the women that I first met telling me this, these women all had advanced degrees, grad school, law school, um, you know, master's degrees. These are well-educated, attractive, what you would call your intelligent, above average intelligence women who had great jobs and great lives. And I'm thinking of one woman who was married, and when she said she wanted to be raped by a man, I said, you're married. Why don't you ask your husband to do it? She said, no, I want it to be a stranger. And I was like telling these women, if this happens, you're going to regret it. It's not what you really want. And they were like, yeah, what they wanted was the power and essence of a man. So as much as we tell women that they're equal to men, the one thing that feminists haven't been able to stop is Mother Nature and the biology of a female and her absolute desire for masculinity, and the absolute idea that she is not equal to men. So part of that, this whole rape fantasy, from what women have told me personally, is they really want to feel the power and dominance of a man. That is what they're looking for. So, and I know we've been told girls are made of sugar and spice and everything nice. And why don't I tell you, here were my thoughts about this. Uh, Look, before you call me a misogynist, let's look at the facts. Results indicate that 62, that's 2/3 of women have a rape fantasy. So do you understand that's the majority of women? Not by a slight, that's the majority. On average, and this is what the study found, on average, women fantasize about being raped about 4 times a year. However, at least 14% think about being raped once a week. They have a fantasy about that. So maybe we need to update stories like fairy tales like Snow White and Cinderella, because women, their sexual proclivities are very different, and maybe they're not. So while men are being taught that women are made of sugar and spice and everything nice, women are saying, dominate me and show me the power of your masculinity. Men are walking around believing they need to buy women flowers and be romantic. Meanwhile, women are desiring the power of your manhood. Just because she tells you to be tender and gentle does not mean that is what her heart and soul desires. And I'm not saying no woman ever wants tenderness from a man, because all men, we know how to do that. But what's really yearning and burning inside of so many women? So if men are wondering why they have been having such a difficult time with women, it is because they have not been listening to what women are not saying, right? Just think about the jokes that comedians make when you ask a woman what do you want to eat, right? So there's so much women don't say. So what women are not saying out of their mouths is take me, consume me, ravish me. Except their behavior does say that. That's what they want. And men are bringing flowers and getting on one knee. What's going on, PJ? Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Thank you. Thank you. So those are my initial thoughts about this topic. Yeah, PJ, you know what? Let me share a statistic from National Institute of Health, NIH, and let's see what they say about their studies and women having rape fantasies. This way, no one can say, this is Ted's opinion. You know, people like to say, well, that's your opinion. Well, I have no dog in this fight. Not at all. If this is a fantasy women want, so be it. Guys, If you're not subscribed to my channel, this is a good time to do that. Hit the bell, uh, smash that subscribe, hit the bell so you receive all notifications when I have something coming out. Smash that like button as you come in and share this one. This topic is so taboo that maybe some people are going to be upset and angry for me putting it on the table, except it's real. I generally only address things that are actually happening in the real world. I mean, I do bring up topics that are probably not heavily or researched at all, but this one has, and it's much more prevalent than men believe. So at National Institute of Health, NIH, as you can see, it says the nature of women's rape fantasies, an analysis of prevalence, frequency, and content. The abstract for this study is the following. This study evaluated the rape fantasies of female undergraduates, 355, using a fantasy checklist that reflected the legal definition of rape and a sexual fantasy log that included systematic prompts and self-ratings. Results indicated that 62% of women have had a rape fantasy, which is somewhat higher than previous estimates. For women who have had rape fantasies, the median frequency of these fantasies was about 4 times a year, with 14% of participants reporting that they had rape fantasies at least once a week. In contrast to previous research, which suggested that rape fantasies were either entirely aversive or entirely erotic, rape fantasies were found to exist on an erotic aversion continuum, with 9% completely aversive, 45% completely erotic, and 46% both erotic and aversive. So this is not new, and I even read some things where they were talking about this research even goes back even to the 1940s. So this is not the first time that they're looking at this taboo topic, except NIH is what people would call a very credible organization. And I know someone recently told me NIH can be debunked and their stuff can be all lies and blah, blah, blah. So uh, that was probably someone who wasn't very familiar with NIH. Before I get into some of the other facts, because we're going to talk about what is it women are looking for when they have a desire, when they have a fantasy to be raped, and what kind of woman wants that. I mean, this is a good time to say not all women want that, except 62%, and it's not the only study that found that kind of number. That's a lot of women. Yeah, man, sensitive topic. And so I'm not having this topic to trigger anyone. I'm having this topic, I'm addressing it because it's one more way for men to understand what women are truly desiring from men, and perhaps why we have so many problems in the US in male-female relationships. A lot of men have been misinformed, like, women are so innocent, sugar and spice. And here you have 2/3 of women, nearly 2/3, want to be, have forced sex, rape. Uh, some of you guys have heard me say the only time I drink alcohol is if I'm at home or at a woman's place and I know we're going to have sex. Otherwise, I don't drink. I never drink in public. Not that I've never drank in my life, but I just, working out, it just seems to be counterproductive for the kind of health I'm committed to. So if I'm with a woman and whatever she's drinking, I'll drink. Part of it is because a woman will lose inhibitions through alcohol and sometimes blame her behavior on the alcohol. So whatever it takes to get them to push them over that edge to get to a place that they may not know how to get there by themselves. They can use alcohol as the excuse. You guys know I take calls. The phone number is 323-642-1387. That's 323-642-1387. And I'm going to start taking some calls. Area code 870. You're live and on the air with Straight Talk. What's your name and where you calling from?
What up, Ted? This good old country boy in Arkansas. What's happening, man?
Hey, man, everything is groovy. You know how they used to say in the good old days. What's going on, man? Happy New Year to you.
Yeah, the same to you.
Thank you.
I would say this much, Ted. Starting out, this not no sensitive topic. This is a topic that's been ignored and just been looked over by society. We need to know how many women out here actually want these crazy sex or rape fantasies, and then we need to let them have the thugs that's out here doing this crazy stuff, man. Because what's going to happen is the women that don't fall in these categories, those are the ones that need to be set aside for the men that looking for marriage. With all this rape stuff going on, I say the laws of the land need to just let these men have them. That's what I say.
Okay.
Stop trying to protect them and let these men go on and take it.
Okay.
Stop acting like you some prima donna and then during the day and by night you want to be prostitutes by the night. Now go on, call a spade and stop playing with grown folks. That's what I say. And any of these gentlemen on this call listening, Ted, I guarantee you they would agree with me.
Okay.
This is foolishness. This insanity, man.
So we're going to get into and look at the kind of women that actually have that desire. And
they know they want them thugs. They want to be ravished by these dudes. They want this.
Some of you are going to be surprised by the kinds of women that actually seek this. Some of you are going to be quite surprised.
Yeah, man, it's all in social media, all on the TV, everywhere. These women want a specific type of group of men that just take it. And you know I'm telling the truth, God. Ted, I tell the honest God truth. I wasn't there last year.
Some of them, yes. Not all, though. You're going to be surprised.
Want sexual domination. I bet you they want to be sexually dominated by a certain dude. And if you don't meet that criteria, she say the hell with you. I'm just gonna go and find me a puka Ray. Don't blow my back out, and then I'll come back and holler at you later on. That's how a lot of them look at it. We need to stop playing.
19-year-old woman.
Yeah, that definitely happens. No question, no doubt. Hey, hold on. Let me take another caller. I'm not sure if this person may be just listening. So it's an unknown number. I just have 111. You're live and on the air with Straight Talk. What's your name and where you calling from? Either you have me on mute or you're just listening. Okay, so I'll put you back on hold. So some people might from what you just said, some of the thoughts and the kinds of women, you may find them almost insane. So let's just listen to a quick news report. Actually, I'll let them, it's less than 60 seconds. They're going to talk about this rape fantasy.
19-year-old woman is being held on a misdemeanor charge after falsely reporting she was sexually assaulted at Mound State Park. We first told you about the incident in July when the woman told police she was jogging when a man came up behind her, pushed her, groped her, and hit her several times before she was able to get away. Since then, detectives have determined that woman, now identified as Marguerite Maggie Wallace of Pendleton, had arranged to meet up with her alleged attacker to fulfill a rape fantasy. A 17 19-year-old male cooperated with investigators and told them he met Wallace on an app known as Whisper. Police say Wallace ultimately admitted she was lying about the assaults and now faces a charge of false reporting.
So there's some closet women out there. So she arranged to meet with the guy she met on an app who was supposed to rape her. And then she filed charges. So that's I don't know if that's extreme yet, but let's look at one more. Now this one is for sure extreme.
Investigators say it wasn't a home invasion, but a sexual fantasy that led to a fatal shooting in Floyd County.
Prosecutors officially charged 31-year-old Lisa Schuler with the murder of Charles Pierce. WLKY's Drew Douglas has been following the story since it first happened Monday night. He's live from the Floyd County Sheriff's Department with more. Drew?
Rick, Charles Pierce's mother told me yesterday that she wanted answers about what happened to her son. Today, Floyd County authorities gave us those bizarre details involving pictures, sex, and an attempt to cover it up. Court documents say Lisa Schuler shot and killed 49-year-old Charles Eddie Pierce after inviting him over to play out a rape fantasy at her home on the 3800 block of Wabash Avenue Monday night. Floyd County prosecutor Keith Henderson says Schuler performed oral sex on Pierce after he arrived and then shot him multiple times.
His lower garments, his pants were down, and that's how the police found him at the time.
The probable cause affidavit states Schuler admitted to killing Pierce because she thought he would show her husband pictures of their previous sexual encounters. We're told by multiple sources that Schuler had been married for several years, but recently separated from her husband. Henderson says hiding the affair is one of the possible motives Schuler had for committing murder.
That relationship was not known to her husband.
Court records say Schuler deleted more than 200 text messages from her cell phone and also told detectives she tried to get rid of the messages on Pierce's phone as she called 911 to report the shooting. Investigators say Schuler tried to continue her cover-up from there, telling a 911 operator Pierce had broken in.
Clearly, information received subsequent to that revealed that this was a familiar relationship and not untrue.
Authorities say they don't know how the two met or how many times they met for sex. Floyd County Sheriff Daryl Mills calls the case very unusual.
This is not one that the police deal with on a regular basis. So.
Schuler is being held here at the Floyd County Jail without bail. She's expected to appear in court tomorrow afternoon. Live from the Floyd County.
So as you see, this topic is quite taboo, and there are some women out there who don't want to be known for having these kinds of fantasies. So going through the extreme of reporting a false rape, and at the worst extreme is actually murdering the guy for fear that he would expose her. So there are some women out there who have these fantasies and don't. It's so, I mean, apparently it must be so taboo for some women that they just can't even allow that side of their life to be exposed. I mean, that's incredible, right? So maybe a woman would be more comfortable being with another woman than being exposed for having a rape fantasy. Insane, huh?
Ted, I guarantee you, if you turn some of them loose with those sex offenders, I guarantee they ain't gonna have too many of these crazy fans.
Yeah. Yep. Area code 32.
If that's the case, we need to turn them. If that's the case, we need to turn them sex offenders loose, Ted. If that's the case.
Hey Joe, how you doing,
There was a
man?
book written by Nancy Friday about 20 years ago. It's called, it just skipped my,
Actually,
Forbidden Fruits. I forget the name of it.
I'm going to have someone mention it.
Okay.
I heard of the book. I'm going to play a video, and I think the guy is going to mention that book. But keep going, Joe.
Okay. And the number one fantasy for women is rape. Not that they want to be brutally raped, but they want to be forcibly taken by a guy, of course, out of their control, while at the same time under their control. That's one of the fantasies, and it's the top fantasy that Nancy Friday had written about in her interviews and surveys taken of women. Forbidden Garden, I think, is the name of the book.
Okay. So yeah, it's a big fantasy. I mean, and look at the trouble women. Those are two cases, and there I saw some others. I'm not going to play them all, but look at the trouble those women went through to conceal that fantasy they had. It backfired in both cases.
You know, and I'm thinking nowadays that the second, or at least one of the top 5 other fantasies that women have is that if they ever do procure this rape fantasy of theirs, the other fantasy would be to put the guy in jail. Just so she can claim victimhood and say that she came back from a cataclysmic situation and just to see somebody suffer. I would not be surprised if that was, if not the top 5, if somebody wants to refute me on that, but the top 10.
Hey, Ms. Joe, but you probably right though. Think about it, cause back before this Me Too stuff started, Weinstein and a couple of other high quality men that got power in the movie industry. A lot of them dudes had got all kind of crazy accusations came out against them. And ever since then, all of a sudden, all other men considered them try to do something to women. And then they started the whole MGTOW movement. You see what I'm saying? So dudes started to bag up off them. The smart men started to bag away from these women. And we've been messed up ever since.
Yep. Let me take another caller here. Area code 405. You're live and on the air with Straight Talk. What's your name and where you calling from?
Hey, what's going on? It's Chris. This is we touched on this like 3 weeks ago, maybe. Like very briefly, I told you that was their number 1 fantasy.
Okay.
It was on one of the shows. I don't remember. It was one of the shows. I briefly mentioned it. But yeah, it's prevalent in the vast majority of women. They have this fantasy, and it's just because they deep down they have a desire to be dominated. That's why the number 1 consumers of gay porn are women, because they like to see one man dominate another man. And Joe just said hey, what's going on, Joe? By the way, and Kendrick. Hey, Happy New Year, everybody.
Hey, Happy New Year.
Joe mentioned that the second thing they want to do after they experience this rape is to have the man jailed. No, it's not. The second thing they want to do after that is kill the man, because to them, that's their way of taking the same power or establishing the same power that man has dominated them with. So that's their second. That's why you see a lot of women just, they kill men, so indiscriminately, is because that's their way of being powerful compared to, to a man.
Interesting.
It's a false perception of power.
Let me bring in another caller here. Area code 415. You're live and on the air with Straight Talk. What's your name and where you calling from?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? It's Alex calling from San Francisco.
What's going on, Alex? Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everyone.
Yeah, Happy New Year, everybody. I was listening in. I mean, I think we've all thought about this topic, and I haven't gotten to the bottom of it myself, but I heard Joe and Chris weigh in, and I think Chris was getting at it. I think what happens is that, after some sort of non-consensual encounter, the woman takes a status hit, right? She couldn't defend herself, or she submitted to some guy. I mean, it's kind of complicated. It's not, the woman can put up more or less of a battle there, right? And so she submits. She's essentially giving in to some other guy's whim. So she's not exercising her agency. So she takes a social status hit in the group if anybody finds out. So, even in the eyes, it's a 2-person system, and even in that 2-person system, her status has been lowered because the guy dominated her. So she wants to get back at him, and if anyone finds out, she's gonna, try to, find a way to get back at the situation so she can jump back up the social hierarchy. So it's sort of a, it's complicated, but I think women like it because I mean it's a vehicle to get impregnated. If she's a lower status female, it's certainly a way to for a higher a higher status guy is not going to waste time on her unless it's a quickie in this circumstance. So it's a vehicle for some women to get impregnated by a higher status guy that doesn't want to waste time on the courtship ritual. That's my take for now. But yeah,
these aren't always non-consensual.
Right, exactly. It's not. It's yeah.
As Ted mentioned, one of the stories was a married woman who was scared her husband would find out. So a lot of times they have these fantasies and they enact them, but they're scared they'll be shamed for the actual act or for whatever takes place because the guy will brag to his friends or whatever. So they'll go ahead and they'll kill him. That's their way to take the power back.
Right. So it's I think we can agree that she takes a social status hit if she doesn't put up a fight, essentially. Yeah.
It's a perceived because a lot of times, men have these we just don't care. You know what I mean? Like we get our rocks off, but with them, they have all the, like Ted said before, they have all these conversations in their head that we're not privy to. So they're having all these conflicting arguments in their head that we don't care about. We don't even think about them. We're not part of them. And if we were to, like, they have thought bubbles, and we could read the thought bubbles, we just tell them, hey, look, stop. We don't care. But since they don't have thought bubbles, we don't know what they're thinking, but what they're running through their head is all this bad shit that you don't even care about. It's like you see the couple laying in bed at night, and the wife is the woman is staring over at the man, thinking all this negative shit, like, oh, he's cheating on me. He's probably thinking about that girl at work and blah blah blah. And the guy's just sitting there like, I wonder if I put the new start on that Camaro tomorrow, will it crank?
Right. I mean, I think what you're getting at is we don't know why they've got these types of fantasies. I mean, we can hypothesize all day. We know for a fact that women have this is the most common fantasy amongst women sexually, but we don't know why. That's where the juicy part is. But,
and then at the same time, Chris,
it's a mating strategy. I mean, they like the dominant men. It's
sure.
We're nothing more than animals, and they like the dominant men. And the dominant man, he's not going to act. That's why they get so bored. That's why women cheat on their husbands so much, because they've been with these men for so long that this guy, he becomes docile to them. To them he's lost his edge or whatever. So what are they going to do? They're going to go out and try to find some guy who's going to be approach them aggressively, and he's not going to care if he's married or not.
Can I squeeze in right there? Okay, am I able to squeeze in? Can the brother hear me?
Hey, what's going on, Scobe? Happy New Year to you, man.
Yeah, I wanna cut him right, not cut you off, but I want to keep that point you just made. Have I been on with you before, brother? Just to set the tone. I think I've been on with you before. I think we built on Ted Santos' show before, right? Ted, I've been on with him before. I recognize his voice.
Yeah. His name is Chris.
Yeah. I believe I recognize his voice. I wanna camelback on what you said about that's why she cheats, because the husband gets docile. He gets docile, less mysterious, less dangerous, and in this Western world, he gets comfortable with her. He gets predictable and not exciting. He also starts to think she's his equal because of the way she garners power, and some arguments he had to let her have it, and I mean he could also be there's many factors that play into that. And the new dude, like you said, don't give a fuck. And he's trying to make a statement. Also, what you guys were talking about with the rape fantasy, I wanted to mention that they do have that. They do like that. And they prefer the act of it to be similar to that period anyway, because sex is just a form of domination.
Right.
And I mean, more than likely, girls are not going for guys that are smaller than them. She's just towering over this little guy. She gets the guy that's bigger than her that could probably take it from her if he wanted to. That they normally go for guys that big, and that represents a form of domination. And they prefer it to be like that. They prefer sex to have that aggression and that, which I mean, you could call aggression or you can sugarcoat it and call it passion for sometimes. You get what I'm saying?
Yep. So let me give you guys some. I'm going to tell you what the psychologists say about this. So there is a lot of research in this area, like a lot. So here's an article from Psychology Today. It was written August of 2015. Title is "Why Do Women Have Rape Fantasies?" Rape fantasies reflect women's erotic comfort wherever it may lead. Here are the key points to the article. According to one study, 62% of women admitted. Hey, guys, go on mute. I can hear people in the background. 62% of women admitted to fantasizing about being forced to have sex. Another key point is one explanation for women fantasizing about forced sex is that it bolsters their feelings of seductiveness and desirability. The third point is women who have rape fantasies do not want to be sexually assaulted. Rather, they feel comfortable with their own sexuality. In recent studies, more than 90% of women admitted having had sexual fantasies. And depending on the study, some 1/3 to 2/3 confess at least occasional fantasies of being forced into sex. Of course, sexual assault is a horrible violation. Why would any sane woman fantasize about it? A recent study suggests that rape fantasies are most prevalent among women who are the most erotically open and adventurous, who feel most comfortable daydreaming about sexual situations way beyond what they'd ever want to experience. Researchers at Notre Dame and University of North Texas gave standard psychological tests to 355 women undergraduates who formed a reasonable demographic cross-section of young Americans. Then the researchers surveyed the women's sexual fantasies. And finally, the women were asked if they'd ever fantasized. Number one, so this is what they asked if they were fantasized about this. Number one, hey guys, go on mute. You've got someone in the background. Number one, being forced by a man to surrender sexually against my will. That's number one fantasy. Number two, being forced by a woman to surrender sexually against my will. Number three, being forced into sex against my will because I was incapacitated by drugs, alcohol, or being unconscious. Number four, being forced by a man to give him oral sex. Number five, being forced by a woman to give her oral sex. Number six, being forced to have anal sex. Number seven, being raped by a man. Number eight, being raped by a woman. Note, the researchers did not define forced or raped, leaving participants to use their own understanding of these terms, forced having somewhat less negative connotations than rape. Explanations, old and new. This study was far from the first to attempt to understand why women have rape fantasies. Decades ago, psychologists believed that dreams and fantasies, daydreams, or were subconscious wishes. Therefore, women who had rape fantasies actually wanted to be coerced into sex. That view has been thoroughly debunked. Fantasies don't necessarily reflect wishes. Among those in long-term relationships, one of the most common fantasies is sex with someone else, even when the daydreamer is happy in a relationship and has no real desire to jump into another bed. Plenty of men fantasize about saving damsels in distress without the slightest real wish to face a raging fire on the 23rd floor. Wishing plays a role in some fantasies, notably dreams of striking rich or losing weight, but having an erotic fantasy in no way means you want to have it come true. So forget wishing. Hold on.
I ain't never have a fantasy about saving no bitch. I just wanted to throw that in there. I'm sorry, Ted. I had to. I'm sorry, I had to.
Well, no, they were making it analogous. If a guy does have a fantasy to save a woman, for example, that's an extreme one.
I know. I just wanted to throw my sauce on it. You know how we do. I'm sorry.
All right. So here are some of the reasons they're saying women have these fantasies. Sexual blame avoidance. This is the most popular explanation. It recognizes that women's erotic desires may trigger feelings of anxiety, guilt, and shame. How can women enjoy robust sexual fantasies without developing these feelings? Fantasize about being forced. That way, when That way, women aren't responsible for sex and need not feel distressed about it. It was forced. It wasn't my fault. The other is sexual desirability. These are the reasons for wanting to be raped. This sexual desirability, this explanation reflects the arc of romance fiction, which is widely popular among women and the single largest selling category of fiction. Interesting. In romance novels, a powerful, dangerous man becomes so enthralled by the protagonist that he must have her, even if his pursuit is assaultive. Eventually, she tames him and they marry and have children. The sexual desirability explanation says that women have rape fantasies to bolster feelings of seductiveness and desirability. I am so hot, I drive men crazy. And the third reason for having rape fantasy is sexual openness. This explanation says that women who enjoy sex and accept their enjoyment without anxiety, guilt, or shame feel sufficiently free to play with erotic scenarios beyond the boundaries of what they'd ever want to experience in real life. It's fantasy. I'm free to fantasize anything. So here were the results of the studies they did. Confirming earlier studies on prevalence of rape fantasy, 62% of participants admitted fantasizing at least one of the eight scenarios. Remember, I gave 8 scenarios being raped by a man or a woman, oral sex. So 52% of the women said they had a fantasy to be forced by a man. 32% raped by a man. 28% forced oral by a man. 24% forced while incapacitated, drunk or drugged. 17% forced by a woman. 16% forced anal. 9% raped by a woman, and 9% forced oral by a woman. So interesting. 52%, as you see, wanted a guy to force them. Note, the participants were considerably more likely to fantasize being forced than raped, presumably because rape carries more connotations of violence and harm. The high prevalence of rape fantasies, almost 2/3 of the women suggest that they play a significant role in the fantasy lives of college-age women, and presumably many older women as well. Meanwhile, in line with other assessments, 15% of study participants reported being survivors of sexual assault. The researchers found no relationship, either direct or inverse, between real-life rape and whether participants had any type of rape fantasy. The frequency of rape fantasies varied considerably. Among respondents who admitted fantasies of being forced by men, 33% had less than among the respondents that were admitted fantasies of being forced by men. 33% had them less than once a year, 26% a few times a year, 20% once a month, 11% weekly, and 9% had a fantasy of being forced by men 4 times a week. That's among 71 participants who reported fantasies of being forced by women, 50% said they were heterosexual. Interesting. Here's the last bit of this article. Which explanation is most compelling? Contrary to the conventional wisdom that rape fantasies are based on blame avoidance, it was coerced. It wasn't my fault. The researchers found that this least supported explanation. The most sexually anxious, guilty, and repressed women had the fewest rape fantasies. The data provided the most support for sexual openness. I'm free to fantasize anything, followed by sexual desirability. I'm so hot, I drive men crazy. The most sexually open and self-accepting women had the most rape fantasies. They also had the most fantasies of consensual sex, and they reported the most arousal from their erotic fantasies. The women who considered themselves hotties also had frequent rape fantasies. They were also the most likely to fantasize about being strippers. Interesting. In fantasy, everything is permitted and nothing is wrong. Not everyone accepts this, but as sexual openness increases, so does willingness to daydream about sexual scenarios one would never really want to experience. Women who have rape fantasies don't want to be sexually assaulted. They feel comfortable with their own sexuality and are happy to embrace their erotic fantasies wherever they may lead. So that's psychology today. That's based on research.
And at the same time,
I was just
a lot of this stuff get a man locked up.
They mentioned a point I was just about to bring up, that the more sexual partners a woman has, the more frequent rape fantasies she's going to have, the more she's going to want to be dominated by a man.
I agree, Chris.
Which, if you haven't noticed, that a lot of them, and I don't even know if they do this subliminally or if they're aware they're doing it, they put themselves in predicaments to where it can happen, where the actual event can happen. I.e., they
got background noise.
Hey, Reggie.
That's
Reggie.
not me.
Is that you, Reggie?
I don't know who that is. I think that's Alex.
No, it's Reggie.
But they put themselves in predicaments to where the actual event can't happen. I.e., they go to the club, they get drunk, and somehow they end up by themselves, and they don't know where they are or how they got there, or they go to these parties and they black out drunk in front of a bunch of strange men. And like I said, I don't know if they even doing that subconsciously or if it's done intentionally, but I do know it's something that's prevalent among promiscuous women.
Yeah, they.
It's sad. I was reading your description page, and I like that you had written it seems like Snow White and Cinderella fantasies need to have an update.
One common fan.
Right. Instead of the prince coming to kiss her, he rapes her, right? Or he climbs in her window and puts handcuffs on her instead of a shoe. Oh, these handcuffs fit you. Wow. So go ahead, country boy.
Some of them women turn out to be vindictive, though.
Well, according to the modern consensus, when the prince went in through the window to kiss Snow White, I think that was rape, right?
Well, today it would be considered. He kissed her without consent, so that would be considered.
That'd be the R word, yeah.
Yeah.
I think one thing I wanted to get straight with.
I would address that, but Kendrick was talking.
Go ahead, let Kendrick finish.
Okay.
Go ahead, finish, Kendrick.
But I'm agreeing heavily on what Chris saying though, kid. Cause in certain instances, after these women can do the whole flip flop and she all innocent and all that. After the rape, and she can be vindictive and try to intentionally get that dude sent away for a whole lot of time in prison. That's what these women doing. So a lot of dudes gonna like, hey, I'm gonna leave you alone. We're gonna bag up off of
you. Yep. So I'm still
ain't
gonna.
No ran through piece of tail worth me going and doing 35 to life on kid.
I'm gonna bring some more psychologists in to address this, so they're gonna give you some other insight. But go ahead, Alex, you were going. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say this is an aside, but it's an interesting aside. If you guys remember the story of the Stanford swimmer who was accused of raping a fellow student, or maybe she wasn't a fellow student. I don't think she was a Stanford student. She was at a party on the Stanford campus, and it turns out it was digital. He used his hand on her. There was no sexual organs involved. I guess it was hers involved, but his there was no penis in vagina there, right? So the media called it rape, but of course there's a technicality, right? It's forcible sexual contact, but it wasn't rape is defined by penis and vagina forcible intercourse. So it's complicated, but it's important to make sure we use terminology correctly. So the media will run wild with these stories of much more, they oversimplify the issues. The nuance gets lost, so it's important to address the nuance.
Well,
that's just a story. Yeah.
For one thing, I know a friend of mine who had a conversation with a woman, And she had told him she was raped. So he said, "Oh, that's terrible. What happened?" So she said she was on a bus going to work, and it was crowded, and she was bumping up against the guy. And she saw that the guy was looking at her, and now the guy was getting a hard on. So the guy fixed his pants, had an erection, and from that, they're talking about nuance. She said she was raped. She believed that she was somehow raped. Just like they have these new terminologies about emotional violence. If you upset somebody, it's now emotional violence. So all these things are getting out of hand.
So, but here's in the face of Me Too, in the face of toxic masculinity, this has got to be an extraordinarily taboo topic, because in the face of all the things you guys are saying, and I did play 2 clips where one woman killed the guy that she had arranged. She was married and she arranged for forced sex with the guy, and the other woman met a dude on some website called Whisper, and they were supposed to meet, and he was going to jump out the bushes, and she accused him of raping her. So in the face of that happening, there's still a huge percentage of women who want that kind of domination from a man. They desire it, and so I'm gonna play 1 clip and let these 2 psychologists talk it through, and then we're gonna discuss it, and then I'm gonna play a 2nd clip. So we're gonna present different perspectives. It's you guys hear me talk about conflict resolution, and the secret that you really don't hear about conflict resolution is that the conflict is almost never with the other person. It's the conflict you have with yourself that creates the conflict with the other person. You could say hello to a woman walking down the street, and she's angry. She's got a conflict because the conflict is she's been told you're going to rape me, right? Because you said hello. You just want to fuck me. And so she has no way of managing that conflict. So she becomes angry. And this is what happens with people across the board. We misinterpret things, or we have an interpretation based on what we already know. So there are women who want to be completely dominated. What they were told, being feminine, being a woman, is weak. And so women are in so much conflict with themselves and their biology and the kind of masculinity they want from men, that it's just creating havoc right now. And those 2 cases of the women reporting the men is, those are just out of control cases, to kill the guy, to cover up her own fantasy. So,
Yo, T,
yes.
but don't you not know that all of Bundy's victims, not Bundy, but that Manson dude, don't you not know that some of the women that he convinced, that he converted them over, don't you not know that one of those women was writing letters and things about that man while he was in the pen?
Yes.
I kid you not.
No, he
And
received
some of
thousands.
them did with Bundy also. Some of Bundy's victims did the same stuff.
Yep. And Bundy married a woman while in prison, right? I think that's correct.
Right. But do you see the sanity in it?
Well, this is the point I'm making, that the women are in conflict. So you're giving examples of how women could desire a dominant man, yet society tells them they're wrong and they're weak. And that's not what women should do. Women should be equal, but it's not what really women, biologically, it's not what they want. So that's what I'm talking about, the conflict. So conflict resolution is really about resolving that internal conflict, as opposed to projecting it onto another person. You follow me?
Oh yes, yes sir. I kind of follow what you're saying.
All right, good. What's going on, Nelly Nell? Good to see you in the house. Happy New Year, man. Thanks for joining. So I want to play this. This is 2 psychologists. It's going to be a man and a woman. And they're going to talk about rape fantasies.
One common fantasy among women that I know a lot of women have, and a lot of people hate to hear this, and I've discussed this in my podcast with other sex therapists, is the rape fantasy for women. And, the idea that a woman, women nobody wants to be raped, but women have these rape fantasies. And this is super common. Why do you think that occurs? And what does that mean?
So I do find in my work that these so-called rape fantasies, and I don't like that term. I tend to use the term forced sex fantasy or consensual non-consent fantasy because the types of fantasies we're talking about here really have no resemblance to a real world sexual assault. Because when you think about these fantasies, the person who is having that fantasy is in control. They get to select who their partner or partners are, the terms and conditions under which the encounter takes place, when it starts, when it ends. And so when you're the fantasizer, you're in control. And it is consensual, even if what you're fantasizing about is forced sex, right? So I think it's important for us to reframe our conversations around these fantasies. And I think taking that rape term out of it is kind of a helpful first step. And something that I think a lot of people will find to be interesting is that it's not just women who have these fantasies. I find that a majority of self-identified men, a majority of people who identify as gender non-binary report having these fantasies about sex being forced on them. Now, women are more likely to have these fantasies than men are, but most men have had that fantasy before too. And so it's not something that's unique to any one gender. And I think part of it speaks to the fact that submission, sexual submission in general, is a really common sexual fantasy. And coupled with that is this desire to be overwhelmingly desired by someone else. And I think that's why these fantasies are also sometimes called ravishment fantasies. It's because you want a partner or partners who find you so irresistible that they can't help themselves or control themselves. And so I think these fantasies speak to deeper desires for things like submission and for feeling wanted and feeling irresistible more than anything else. And so we need to totally separate and distance this from discussions about rape and sexual assault in the real world, because that is a totally different and abhorrent thing. Whereas these fantasies are things that have totally different roots and are unrelated.
Yeah, I'm glad that you made that distinction. The consent, non-consent, or CNC, as I've seen it abbreviated online, is something that has come up a lot lately, especially with the New York Times article about Pornhub, and they claim that it was raped. That it was infested with rape videos, where a lot of people argued these are consent, non-consent videos that performers willingly engage in, and this falls under the First Amendment. People are allowed to make this kind of content as long as obviously the adults are consenting adults and they're acting out of fantasy and it is not true to life. And there's a lot of people that have a really hard time wrapping their head around the idea that maybe a CNC fantasy could be a situation where could it be a place for healing? Like, I've talked to some performers who said that they like to engage in these kinds of scenes because, like you mentioned before, it allows them to take control over a situation that perhaps they had a traumatic experience with in their past, but reliving it in a controlled, safe environment helps them process that experience. Is that something that you've come across?
So I have seen something along those lines, in the sense that for many people, their fantasies are therapeutic in a sense, where they are working through some previous trauma that they've endured. And so sometimes in our fantasies, we put ourselves in positions or we craft scenarios that give us this sense of control that maybe we felt we were lacking at a previous point in life or during a previous experience. So there is something to that idea. But when it comes to actually acting out these consensual non-consent or forced sex fantasies, I find that there's actually a lot of concern among my participants about doing that. So while these are extraordinarily common fantasies, a lot of people say, the idea of this is arousing to me, but I don't actually want to act on it, because if I do, I have to give up some degree of control to the other person, or I have to place a lot of trust in someone else in order to carry this out, and I'm just not really comfortable with that. So I think we always need to make the distinction between sexual fantasy and sexual desire, and sometimes a fantasy is just a fantasy. It's a thought that turns you on. Maybe you turn to that thought during masturbation or during partnered sex, but you have no desire to actually incorporate it in your real life for a wide range of reasons. One being that maybe you think it's too risky to act on, or you don't think you could trust another partner enough to get that fantasy in a way that would, or to act on that fantasy in a way that would make you feel comfortable and at ease.
Thank you.
So what do you guys think?
I think some of these people need some help, man.
Some of these people, what?
They need some help.
Why do you say that?
Not the psychologists. I mean, as far as these people that's keeping up with this with the whole the social norm. If you follow what I'm saying, with all these different mindsets and these fantasies, some of these people don't have to be now reevaluated. God, what's the name? What's the word I'm trying to use? Institutionalized is cause is that even safe for them to be intermingling with the so-called quote unquote normal people? With all this,
I don't personally think there's anything wrong with it. I think it's just embedded in their DNA to want to be dominated. I mean, it's since the beginning of time, women have always desired dominant men. And you know, before men used to do this, you know, there was no name to this before, you know, back in the caveman days, the men just walk up and they took it, they took what they wanted, And I think, I don't think as humans, as much as we have evolved from, Neanderthals, we still have some remnants of Neanderthals left in our DNA. And I think, the desire for women to be completely and utterly dominated by a man to ensure that they, have the healthiest offspring and all this and that, and they're protected and provided for. I think that's always going to be there in women. I don't think it makes them, sick or anything. I just wish they would just stop denying that they have these desires.
Right.
But you understand what I'm saying, though, Chris? Some of them can be vindictive with this stuff.
I think one valuable way to look at it is it's very rare. I can't think of a single case. I'm sure it's on the book somewhere, but of a woman raping a man. But I think it certainly happens. I think it's less. It's difficult for a variety of reasons. But it happens, and typically when a man gets raped by a woman, society says, "Oh, it's what he would have wanted anyway," so it's not really, like guys like that stuff, So I think the same. I don't think they're necessarily wrong, but I think we have to, as a society. I think we personally, this is my personal take. Your opinion could be different, but I think there's a value. I don't see a lot of rape cases. I don't see as bad. A lot of people equate rape and murder, and they think rape is almost as bad or whatever. Personally, I don't see it that way, but it's up to the judge and jury to decide how violent, how egregious the crime was. But for your average case, to me, it's not necessarily it's a violent crime, but it's a certain type of crime. Anyway, my point is, we as a society need to decide, it's a taboo subject, but is rape that bad? You know what I mean? Like, if women can rape men and it's not seen as particularly bad, how violent of a crime can it really be? We see male to female rape as much worse as female to male. So why is that? Why? Let's look into it. Why is that the case? I'm not sure. I know the answer.
Exactly. I agree with you. Either it's bad or it's not. We can't say it's bad when the men do it, but it's not bad when the women do it. And typically when the women do it, they're doing it to underage boys. I know a friend. You say you can't happen, but I have a friend who actually did happen to him, and it happened. It was by a woman that was in her 60s. She had dementia, and she just, he was like 12 or 13, and we all know that at boys, at that age, the wind blows, and there you are at attention, and so she just threw him down, and she got on top of him, and that was it. That was his first sexual experience. He didn't tell anybody. He still bears those scars to this day. You can call it not rape, but that's actually what it was. Because he wasn't consenting just because he got an erection. He's a 13-year-old boy, and and you're 13 years old. Like I said, you're gonna stand at attention. The vast majority of the day. So yeah, it can happen, and it does, and typically when it happens with women, they're doing it to underage boys. So society hasn't deemed that too awful because it happens a lot, and a lot of times when it does happen, those women, when they get caught, they don't even go to jail. So is it bad or isn't it? Because if it's bad when men doing it, then it should be bad when the women do it, and if it's not bad when the women do it, then it's not bad.
And you know what, Chris? I find it weird that all these grown women, the cases that had came out, teachers had sexual relationships with the male students. I find that awful weird. Here you sexually turned on by this little pre-adolescent boy, but you can't get with none of these full-grown, full-capable men out here. Ain't that weird?
Yeah. Well, they can get with them, man. They just don't want them because they don't. For whatever reason, they don't want them. But yeah, they can get with them, man.
Well, it may go back, see what they're even alluding to here with rape or consensual rape. It puts the woman in control. So women are, women may be more concerned about control than men are because they're always worried about something going on. And we live in a society where they've been told that men are always going to control and dominate and kill you and crush you. And now you have Lifetime television that always shows the guy who's going to kill you.
Man gonna have control of his household, though, Ted, but not necessarily kill you and all this crazy stuff.
That's a different topic, Kendrick. No, but we're talking about we're really talking about women being raped, but it's interesting to talk about when men are raped. So when I was either 16 or 17, I read a Playboy article. And it was literally about an adult male who was raped. And he said he met these 3 women in a bar. They dropped something in his drink. They got him to go along with them. They took him to a hotel. They undressed him. And each woman took turns having sex with him. Well, when he climaxed, he lost his erection. And he said that one of the women took a knife and put it sharply on his balls and said, if you don't get it up, we're going to cut off your dick. And he said, under normal circumstances, if a woman demanded he get erect, it would be impossible. He said for some reason, he was able to get an erection immediately, like his life was on the line. And they continued to have sex with him. So when they were done, they got him back in the car and dropped him off on some side of the road and kept going. So I don't know if those women were ever caught. Hold on, Kendrick. I don't know if those women were ever caught. Into what Alex and Chris are saying, society may say, wow, that guy was lucky. He had 3 women and in the bed at the same time. So was that bad? But if you flipped it and had 3 guys do that with a woman, we'd want to execute that guy for it. So is rape bad or is it not bad? Which one? And
you know what amazes me about that whole story, Ted?
What's that?
That you actually read the articles in Playboy magazine.
I was waiting for that to come.
They actually had, I don't know about now, but they actually had very good articles.
And that's an example of a good one. Look, man, if
the pictures were better though.
Yeah, I looked at the pictures first, and then I saw, and then I saw a man being raped. It was like, as a teenager, you're trying to figure out how can a man get raped. So I read the entire article, and it was mind-boggling, and it never left me. I remember, and especially the part where he said they put a knife to his balls and say, "Get it up, or we cut it off," and he got it up. I was like, wow, that was it was an amazing from that perspective because he said he couldn't believe that he got it up. So with the women, it was definitely abuse. It was definitely assault.
There was an urban legend. Once you got out of boot camp, there was an urban legend. We got an indoctrination when we went to across the street from boot camp, which is called Naval Training Center, and they were telling us to be careful about picking women in Chicago, south side of Chicago, when we were to go out on Liberty, because there was a story, and like I said, it's purely an urban legend. None of us could actually verify it or anything, but we think it was just, the boogeyman story. But it was a story, they told us a story about of a guy who went out one weekend, he met two girls at a club, and, they get back to the hotel room, and they wanted to have sex with him, but they wanted to tie him up first, and he was like, he was down with it, okay? So he tied him up, and he had sex with the first one, and after he had sex with the first one, because he's drunk and and he spent everything, that first shot, the second one, he was having trouble getting an erection for, so they shoved a pencil down his dick, and that's how the second one was able to have sex with him, because she shoved a pencil down his dick and climbed on top of him.
Wow.
And had sex with him. And then after she shoved a pencil down his dick and had sex with him, they just left him there, tied to the hotel bed like that. And the maid had to come in and find him the next day and, get him to the hospital and everything. Like I said, there's no proof of this. It's just, one of those urban legends they told us, when we were in at the Naval Training Center,
Right. Now, so here's the, you guys are saying, is sex bad, right? So, you hear a lot of people, especially women, talk about Latin America, and I can tell you, rape happens there. It's the same act, whether it's it's the same act: rape, molestation, younger ages, even adult women getting raped. And what's amazing is that the same act, just across some imaginary borders, those women don't turn out traumatized the way they are here in the US. It's amazing. Like, they've been raped, they've been molested, and they don't have these negative hangups about sex and about men. And not saying none of them will, some of them may not trust men, some of them may become lesbians, but the majority of the women who experience rape or molestation, even attempted rape, they are healthy sexually, and they have healthy relationships with men, and they have no problems playing a role in a relationship with a man. So is sex as bad as I'm not saying, is rape as bad as we're saying it. So it's okay to rape a man, okay to rape a boy, but in the US, however, if you have sex with a woman, she's destroyed for the rest of her life. Yet you go across the border into Mexico and further down into Latin America, somehow those women come out healthier, and they don't spend all these hours with a psychotherapist. They somehow are healthier. So, what's the deal? And here in the US, one thing you don't hear about much, and this is related directly to the topic, there are women who actually come by their rapist. In the middle of sex, they come. So now what they try to say is, well, that's just like a normal bodily reaction. Just because she's wet doesn't mean that she wants sex, and just because she came doesn't mean she enjoyed it. So, if we take it back to the topic, do most women have a rape fantasy? You would have to wonder, are they sitting down with those women who were raped and they came? Did those women have a rape fantasy? And because it came true, they were turned on and aroused by it.
Tell you another thing, in some of those instances, you and Chris both can elaborate. Some of them I heard stories about the ones that did came and enjoyed it. Those females fell in love with their capture.
I don't know. There's a movie called 365 Days that I'm about 1 hour through. It's almost a 2 hour movie, and it's about a guy who kidnaps a woman. And part of the reason I'm doing this is because in real life recently, some guy kidnapped a woman and told her she had 3 months to fall in love with her, but he abused her. The movie, on the other hand, the guy so far in the hour I've watched it, he's not physically abusing her. He told her she has 1 year to fall in love, and so they haven't had sex.
I don't know about falling in love necessarily, but I have to say that there may be some element to it, because if you think about it, it's an event that they can never put past them or get over, and it's trauma inducing. So part of it is because it's a trauma induced experience, but I think also that that whole experience does trigger a dopamine level in their brain that they, like a crackhead, they're always trying to find that again. You know what I mean?
Wait, so is it really as traumatic as we've been led to believe? Because how can these women in Latin America go through the same thing and not be traumatized? Like, how is that possible? Is it the water? Is it the food? Like, what is? So when I hear people say, "Oh, women have been traumatized in the U.S. and that's why they're angry," it's like, well, why is it when I lived in Latin America, I didn't find that?
Well, it's just like doing drugs. I mean, people who shoot heroin, they're introducing trauma to their bodies, but they still like doing heroin because they like the dopamine rush they get from doing heroin. But it's still, it's still harming themselves. You know what I mean? So I think it's possible for both to happen.
No, what I'm saying is what? No, but
I have no evidence of anything.
But no, see, Chris, I'm asking a different question. Why is it trauma in the United States and not trauma in Latin America? Like, does rape have intelligence of its own and it's only traumatic in the US?
No.
And then you go to another country and all of a sudden they are not being like rape victims, rape survivors. It happened and they still have healthy sex relationships and healthy relationships with men. How is that possible?
I think down there you have, I think in the U.S. you have a much more egalitarian culture, whereas down there it's much more patriarchal and known that it's much more expected for men to dominate the women, whereas here, we keep telling women that women are equal to men. So I think that may be the difference.
So you see what I'm saying when I talk about the essence of conflict resolution is dealing with the conflict within yourself. So if we take what you said, if women in Latin America honor their men as being more dominant, and they expect that, and here they're trying to establish some equality, it's trauma. Except what we find is nature wins, because these women end up with rape fantasies.
Yeah,
so
always gonna win.
they still want it. No, regardless of what feminists try to say, you have to be equal to men. In the end, 62% of women have rape fantasies. So it doesn't matter what the feminists say.
Egalitarianism does not work. We are a sexually dimorphic species. The men are going to be more dominant than the women, and the women, it's deep down inside, they know it.
So hey, the Cowboy Monk. Anyone ever hear of the movie Antoine Fisher? I never heard of that. I'll check it out.
Yeah,
you did. What's it? Can you tell me in like 60 seconds what it's about?
A young boy who was adopted by a foster mother, and he was abused by her, basically.
Sexually
And then when he
abused.
grows up, he goes back home and lets her know that, hey, you couldn't break me, basically.
She had sex with him, or?
It's been a while since I've seen the movie,
Okay.
so I can't remember. I do know that she used to, tie him up and beat him.
Okay. Well, listen, a couple of years ago, I had an actual show of a guy called into the show who was living in some institution for sexual offenders, and he's in there indefinitely. And his grandmother died when he was 13, and the 25-year-old woman next door said, well, I'll be his foster mother, I'll take care of him. And she did, and she had started having sex with him when he was 13, and it screwed him up. And so he ended up becoming a sex offender himself, and he's 40. Well, at least when I did the show, he was 40. And I asked him, would you ever want your son at 13 to have sex with a 25-year-old woman? He said, hell no, because he said back then I bragged about it. But now I can see the damage that is done, and look at where I am now. So that's a true story, and I doubt very likely that guy was lying. So
No, I believe it's very plausible. As a matter of fact, the guy I was speaking about earlier, who had the 60-year-old woman take advantage of him when he was in his early teens, he has all kinds of issues regarding sex nowadays. I mean, he's in his 40s now, and he still has issues with sex. He do a lot of things that you and I would consider weird,
right.
I don't want to put too much out there, but yeah, he definitely has issues regarding it.
Yep. So, but still, you've got to ask, why is this not happening in Latin America? It's really a question. Are we less resilient? And I do get, there's some validity what you said, that women they embrace male dominance, and here women are in conflict. They want to embrace it, but they've been told how bad and how weak they are for embracing male dominance. So I'm going to get this other guy here. Now he's going to give a different perspective than what those two psychologists do. It's somewhat different, but his is going to be interesting, and it kind of opens up or expands what we've been talking about.
In fact, there are common fantasy archetypes that women have, and rape fantasy is one of those. And this is corroborated by a study done by a woman named Nancy Friday and published in her book, My Secret Garden, which is a book on the common types of female sexual fantasies. So women who have this type of fantasy are actually not deviant at all. It's actually quite normal. No, it does not mean they are sick in the head. In fact, there's actually a great amount of psychology to it, and a lot of valid psychological reasons why women have this fantasy. So now, let me teach you about the most interesting part of rape fantasy, which is the psychology behind it and why it is something that so many women want. There are 7 basic psychological reasons why women have rape fantasies. I'm going to go over with you. I'm sure there's more, but these are the basic reasons that will help you to understand the psychology behind rape fantasy. And the first and foremost, most fundamental reason is that the woman fantasizing about being raped wants to feel so intensely desired that the man who is doing the act simply cannot resist her and simply just cannot help himself and is powerless over his sexual urges towards her. He just wants her that bad and just has to have her. It just makes a woman feel more intensely desired than anything else. And this is very common for women, even women who don't have rape fantasy. This is why a lot of women enjoy being dominated and treated rough by dominants like me, right? And also why a lot of first sexual encounters that are had in these trashy romance novels are actually sex acts that do border on rape or are actual rape in technical terms, where the man is just lusting after the woman so much that he's just being extremely aggressive, basically forcing himself on her. That's actually something that's very common for women to want because it's so validating to them and makes them feel so attractive. Now, the second psychological reason, which is also very common, is that these women want to feel taken by a man and dominated by him, especially if their role in the world is one that is more dominant, and if they're a high status woman, this is especially common for them. It's no secret that a lot of women like being dominated, as I've just said, and a lot of women want to feel taken by their man. In fact, this is what marriage, which is a very patriarchal tradition, actually is about, is a woman feeling owned by a man. demand. And it's not uncommon for women to say things such as "take me." That's just a very sexy feeling for a woman for similar reasons to the first one of that. It just shows that she is so intensely desired, right? And it is a very sexy thing for a woman to feel taken. You know, I always remember the first time a girl told me that she wanted me to take her, and it was just such a sexy thought, which is also very intimate. Wanting to take someone and just like own them is a very, very intimate experience as well as being a sexual one. Next, number 3 is that when a woman is high status, she oftentimes doesn't enjoy a lot of the feelings that go along with being high status and being supplicated to by everyone. And what she really wants is to be taken down a few notches. And so what a lot of strong, powerful women in modern society really want is to be taken down a few notches and humbled, especially by their intimate partners. These women who have a lot of power over people, namely men, in their business life want to feel like their partners have all the power over them. They don't want to feel that same way they do in their career, being the one who has power over people and having people supplicate to them in their intimate relationship. You know, they want their intimate relationship and the role they play in that to be the opposite of and a respite from the role they play in the business world.
So this is a big part of what I'm getting at, is that like you were saying, egalitarian, right? With that, women who believe they have power in the workforce, that is not, women are not looking to have that. Women do not always want the responsibility that comes with power. And men need to be honest about this, because if they did, they wouldn't be begging men for jobs. They would be starting their own General Motors and showing how tough and bad they are, and they'd be competing in the global market, but they're not. So a rape fantasy really does allow a woman to like unload the responsibility to a man. You guys may have heard me talk about this once, but I met a guy years ago in a jazz club. We're sitting at a bar, and he, a clean-cut looking guy, told me he was hanging out with pimps and prostitutes certain days because he was doing research. He wanted to understand that world. And he said he had interviewed enough prostitutes and asked to find a common ground. And the common ground they all had is they didn't want any responsibility. They were fine just having sex and giving the money to the pimp. And the only thing they were responsible for was going shopping. So that's this movie I'm watching, 365 Days. That's kind of what you're seeing in this movie. And if a woman is raped, she doesn't have to be responsible even for the sex act. You know, it's like the article I was reading. You know, he forced me, he made me do it. Women will say the same thing. If you let them drink alcohol and have sex, they'll say, "Oh, I don't normally act like this. It was the alcohol." But we are forcing women to go against their own nature and forcing them to take on responsibilities that they really don't always want. And we're starting to hear it when these women find out, you know, they've working 10 years and have to work 10, 12 hours a day, and men have no problem doing that. So a way to relieve all that stress and pressure and responsibility is to just let a man fully take over and force her into sex, force her into submission, which is what she really wants anyway. But except the conflict is telling her if she does that, she's bad, wrong, weak, stupid. You should never let a man do that. They're going to control and dominate you. So we've put women in so much conflict, and this whole rape fantasy is really sort of shining light on what women actually want from men. And the problem is a lot of men have become feminists, so they've bought into this egalitarianism, and all it's doing is making women more frustrated, and they can't even tell you this is what they want because they get condemned for it.
Yeah, because it's unhealthy to you, and it's the power that these fall for putting all these women in the workplace in the first place, and trying to make them more masculine than feminine. They're going against their natural order.
Right.
Yeah, that part of it, that's not what we talk about though, Kenneth. But what we talk about it's actually not unhealthy for women to want to be dominated. You know, it's
Well, no,
like I said, that's
Chris,
their instinct.
he's saying it's unhealthy to have them in the workplace. I think is that what you were saying?
Oh yeah.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, that's
okay. Yeah.
And I'm gonna agree with you, Chris. I agree with you. It is there for them to be dominated.
Egalitarianism it just does not work. It doesn't work when you have, clearly you can't put a 6'2", 250 pound next to a 5'2", 120-pound woman and tell her that they're equal and then try to treat them as such, because one is going to be able to prove, particularly when that one is 6'2", when he can also prove that his IQ level is higher. So on no playing field is the one that's 5'2", is he equal to the man? We can prove that he's bigger, stronger, faster, and smarter, but if you have to create rules in society to bring the superior one down to the inferior one to make them have an even playing field, that's not equality. That's why egalitarianism doesn't work.
Well,
trying to put him under control, put him on the subjection. That's what you're trying to do. But she's not supposed to be up over that man, and that's exactly what Chris just said.
Well, and women. So the point is that isn't what women really desire. That's why they end up having rape fantasies, because they really don't want to dominate men. That isn't what they want. So so nature wins. Nature wins. So they end up wanting to be dominated by a man in the end.
So give them what they want. Give them what they're asking for, Ted.
This is why I'm doing a show, so that you could see that it's not unhealthy for a woman to think this way. She's just assuming her natural biological role of what she truly desires. She's in conflict because society told her she shouldn't want that. Is that Reggie?
Yes. What's up, dog? Oh, Reggie. Okay, yeah. What's up, Reg? Yeah, what's up, fellas? It's interesting. That domination stuff down. That's Mother Nature. We talking about is that really safe in modern times? So now we got a conflict going on. So, what are you going? You willing to put it all on the line for a fantasy, to bust a nut, to feel validated, your female validation, to give her fantasy? Then when things don't go her way or whatever, I'm just saying you're leaving yourself liable. That's all I have to say about that.
Okay.
I mean, it's all, they screw with Mother Nature, they screw with man and female biology, I guess how you want to say it. But again, what are you going to do? I'm not willing to put my life on line just to bust a nut with a bra.
Right. That's what I've been saying. What I mean? I know 35 years later.
Yeah, I heard you when you first started talking, country boy. What's going on, player?
Well, see, this is not about putting your life on the line. It's about understanding. This is about understanding the reality of what they actually want. And as long as men, are afraid to be men, women are going to resent you for not giving them what they want.
Well, men don't have a problem being man, but ain't no man gonna be able to outman the system. Okay, it's still about
this has nothing to do with the system. This has had nothing to do with the system. This is all about how you interact with a woman personally, one-on-one.
I don't know I don't know where you're going with it. I don't agree. Anytime you go in there, you dominate. Wait a minute, Ted. Let me talk, okay? I've been through some things that you haven't been through. I've been in a spot with a white broad asking me to choke her ass, and while I'm choking this bitch is fucking flowing. But so now, I mean, I'm serious. The bitch was turning purple, and she was just asking for more and more and more. And I'm looking at this. I'm looking like, what the fuck? I mean, I was having a good time, but still yet. So now she marked up. Let's suppose she'd have got what she wanted. She'd have been dominated. She feel good. But now she's like, you know what? I'm gonna get this nigga. I'm all marked up. I'm gonna call and say this guy ready to choke me. So you still living in yourself where she had power and control to turn your whole life upside down. So she got what she wanted. She got her fantasy, whatever. But now
that's what I've been saying.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, Ted. I don't know why you ain't get this. Very simple. I mean, your mind's so complex that you can't handle this simple dialogue. You're leaving yourself vulnerable when you do this. Maybe not in Mexico and Latin America, but over here in US of A, London, England, the Northern Hemisphere, Australia, you're leaving yourself open to a potential having your life turned the fuck upside down and losing everything.
I've been saying.
Okay.
Okay,
So I'm going to make it simpler than that. And this is what I've been saying for a long time. What I'm talking about has nothing to do with sex. See, if you don't establish this, this is what women want, period, across the board. And I have left women marked. I've held their wrists so tight that they were darker than you, and they literally had bruises 360 degrees around the wrist, both wrists. And it did not. Hold on.
Stop.
No, Reggie, I'm not stopping. No, Reggie. No, listen, Reggie, stop it, Reggie, stop it. Stop it, Reggie, stop it. Reggie, I want to finish what I'm saying. I want to, Reggie, listen, you're being emotional. You're being emotional. Stop, chill. Okay.
No, I'm not being emotional.
Reggie, you are being emotional. I'm never gonna answer you if you don't let me finish. Reggie, I said no, I'm not going to answer till I finish what I'm saying.
Well, then fuck it.
Okay then. So if men don't know how to take a stand with women, that you're always going to be walking on eggshells. Women have men walking on eggshells. And that is not what they want. This is way beyond just sex. This is period. Women do not want equality with men. That's why they go as far as wanting to be dominated sexually, because they don't want to be dominating men. And as long as men keep making excuses about the system, then you'll continue to be dominated by women, and you'll continue to walk on eggshells for them. This is the message. This is the psychology of what's happening in women. They don't want to be in a position to make men submit. And so when you put women in positions that go against their nature, the reality of their desires comes out in other ways. This is well beyond sex.
Ted, who put them in that position, Ted?
The men who submitted to them.
I want to say this. You're both right. So, Ted, I agree with you. Women are pissed off because they've been screaming they want equality when, they don't want it, and they think we should know that they don't want it, so we shouldn't give them to it.
Correct.
We should still dominate them.
Correct.
Right. I understand that, and I agree with you on that. But what Reggie is saying is there's a system set up in place where if you don't give them the thing that they don't want, but they keep asking for, there's a possibility that you could be the one to suffer the consequences from it.
This is
even though they don't want it.
Look, Chris,
and it's insane.
You're talking about sex. I'm talking about just life one-on-one with a woman.
And I'm talking about hold on, kid. When it comes to sex, what Reggie is saying is, although they're saying they don't want to be dominated, but we know they do. If you do dominate it, just like the story you mentioned about the woman who had the rape fantasy that she scared her husband was going to find out about her sexual endeavors, how she killed the guy.
Correct.
Well, that's the consequence that guy suffered, even though he was participating in something that was consensual. I think that's what Reggie's trying to convey.
I understand, but as long as men keep thinking that you can't do anything, women are going to have you on all fours, and you're going to be taking it with a strap on.
No, you can do something. You can avoid them and not end up dead like that guy who participated in that woman's.
It doesn't look.
you can avoid that. You can avoid their asses because the potential for disaster ain't worth all of that. You know, your potential. You done work all your life to build your whatever it up, build your career up, build whatever. Because some of these actors and whatever and shit, and all somebody has to do is go in there and make an accusation. Hell, you could have been. Like I said, it don't have to be a sexual thing. She could have came over, and you could have said, "Hey." She might have wanted you to hit it. Like, I don't want it. You gotta go. She said, "What? You're rejecting me?" She's like, "Yeah, I run this up in here. I'll fuck you when I'm ready. Okay, you gotta go. Come back. Maybe come back tomorrow, and I might hit it." So she leaves. She pissed off. She says, "You sexually assaulted her while you was here. What you gonna do?"
And I heard those stories already.
So here's the deal. Men are starting to think like women. That's exactly how women think. No, women think of all the scenarios that could go wrong. I'm not saying you be stupid. So the first thing is you don't choose bottom of the barrel girls. You don't choose them. All right. You leave them alone. Men are actually this is the way a woman's brain works. She finds 1,000,001 scenarios to not do something. That's why women don't take risks. That's why they don't have and create industries. That's why they don't create Fortune 500 companies. Their brains don't allow for it. But men are
they're doing a whole bunch of complaining.
Hold on, Kendrick. Men are starting to think like women now, and women resent that. They resent it.
Sorry.
And you
know what? So let them resent it. So let them resent it. Hey, they the one who made their bed. They gotta lay. They gotta lay in it because they got a hand in this shit. All of these laws and stuff. They like, hey, they go in and say, hey, child support is wrong. Alienating the father is wrong. Do all of these stuff. This shit. No, we're not equal to men. Men have built like you keep because you said every podcast, which is a fucking fact. Men have built every fucking thing on this earth that fucking matters. Okay, even us, we all come from the nutsack. They still trying to take that away from you. So again, it is what it is.
It's not.
You're being redundant, but I'm just saying that again, if she doesn't get what she wants, she can turn your life upside down. She knows this, and you being aware of this, you being aware of this might make leery about you letting her into your house. You don't know who this. She talking about bottom of the barrel. You don't know what's going on in that woman's mind. You don't know what's behind them ears. What's behind the eyes and what's going on in her head. You don't know this.
Look, you got to listen. Men do not establish dominance with women because they're worried about things. I'm not even talking about sex. And there's where the problem starts. That's why she ends up with a rape fantasy, because she's not getting the masculinity that she needs from a man, because he's walking on eggshells. He's worried about a system.
She's getting masculinity from these criminals and these
No. She wants masculinity, period. And she may end up going to a thug, but that's not that. Listen, there are too many women who don't play with that in that circle. There are just way too many. There are millions of women who don't play in that circle. And there are millions of women who will honor masculinity and work with their guy. But guys have been told to be afraid and to run. So if you run, then she's like, you're a little bitch. It's like, I call some women a lumberjack. And when I call them a lumberjack, what I'm saying is this woman meets a man and she picks up her axe, and the man sees the axe and he runs. And then she meets another guy.
It's not the women that.
Hold on. She meets another guy and she whacks him with the axe, and he's still standing. So she whacks him again and again, and he falls. And she says, "I knew it." And then she meets another guy and she has to whack him more times and eventually falls, because that is what she expects from a man, is that they're all going to fall when the pressure comes on. So what she's really looking for is the guy she can whack. And this is what Reggie's saying. It's crazy. But all you guys are saying is they're crazy. This is a crazy method, which is, and we talked about it a couple of weeks ago, when women are arguing with you on social media, she may really just want you to lay the pipe. But it's a convoluted way for a woman to get attention from a man. But what she's looking for is a guy she can lean on and not fall. And if you understand that and you play that dominant role and she has a problem with it, you tell her to get lost. You just tell her to go. Like
I agree.
And men are not doing this. This is not even sexual.
And when you tell her to get lost, she gonna make a phone call and say you did
Oh,
this,
Reggie,
did this,
man,
you really
that's
didn't do
oh
it.
my God, man.
Hold on, Reggie. I was just about to get to that point. Hold on, Reggie. So that's what I was about to get to, the X factor. So earlier, even when Alex was talking about, you and Alex were talking about the damsel in distress. Well, we all know that there's a sect of guys, there's a lot of them now. We call them simps. You call them whatever they want, but they have this notion of the damsel in distress, and if they just rescue this fair maiden, they'll get the sex because they couldn't get the sex on their own. They couldn't get these women on their own. He wasn't picking them. So they figured, I just rescued these fair maidens, I'll get the sex or whatever. So you're not running from a woman, you're just running from these lunatics who have these preconceived notions in their head that these women who want to be not dominated need protection from you. These women want your dominant, sure. But these lunatics, these fucking simps, they have it in their mind that these women are being victimized, that these women are being abused, and that these women need protection from you. So what you're running from is the system that they've set up to punish you from giving women what they actually want. You're not running from the woman. No, you're running from the simps.
Exactly, Chris. And that's what the media is portraying it. That's exactly what they portray.
So you guys are telling me that I'm the only exception to the rule then.
Thank you, Christopher.
So you guys are telling me I'm the exception to the rule then.
You're not an exception to the rule, though. You're not an exception to the rule. And I can tell you how you're not an exception to the rule. Remember a couple weeks ago when you had the woman on your show that you said used to live with you, and you told her she's going to abide by your rules or put out whatever, or you're going to put her out, and eventually, you broke up with her, you put her out,
right?
And how she said she wished she'd never. Well, if you were truly exercising your power over a woman, you would have never thrown her out. You would have forced her to abide by your rules.
No. I would eventually had to get rid of her. I couldn't marry into her family.
Why? You should have been able to exercise your power.
No, because you in Latin America, you marry a family, and I had no interest in marrying into her family.
That's another subject, but do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand the point I'm trying to make?
Right. I get what you're saying, and what I'm saying is, see, what I said to Reggie, you say you abide by my rules or you put them out. So, and what didn't happen is the system came after me. That's what I'm saying. I'm the exception to that rule. I'm not worried about a system coming at me.
But Ted, again, when was that?
Well, hold on. You weren't, because she didn't put up that bat signal for them six to come. But should she put up that bat signal for the six?
No, Reggie. Chris.
Make no mistake about it. You live in a
Chris,
very matriarchal society up in New York and New Jersey.
No, I can go
down.
There
are men in New York and New Jersey. Hold on. There are men in New York and New Jersey that have had domestic violence charges put on them for simply yelling at a woman.
Okay. So
that woman have called the police on you for whatever reason he did. Thank God she didn't. I'm not wishing.
No, Chris, let me correct. No, Chris, stop right there. Chris, I told her to get out, and she called the police, and the police arrived, and they escorted her out. This is what I'm saying. I must be some exception to the rule, because I've been.
You are, because I remember who was the guy that used to come on the show? I can't think of his name now. Crap, he was a former cop, and he got arrested for simply yelling at his. He was over in New York. York City.
Listen,
Again, when was this, Ted? 20 years ago, when she didn't have she didn't possess the power of women now garnered.
I do agree. I do agree. Time is irrelevant. Time is relevant.
I can ask him a basic question. When was this? Because she didn't have the power and authority, or not the power then that situation had happened. Now she might have been able to pull that on you, Ted. That's why I kept asking. It was a basic
she would not.
question.
There's nothing. She would have had zero power over me. Zero. And over the past 10 years, I have asserted my dominance with women in very different ways, even from get the fuck out. If you don't like the way I do things, get the fuck out. And I've said that, get the fuck out if you don't like it. And what the woman said is, you can't make me leave. I don't want to leave. I want to stay. And that is in the past 3 years, the past 5 years, the past 3 to 5 years, Reggie, I assert dominance. And if they don't like it, they can leave. I don't play that.
I need to see these women you asserting dominance with, T. I need to meet some of these women.
No, see, it's not about the woman. It's about what I present.
No. And I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm not saying it can't be done because, like I said, deep down, women want to be dominated. But what I'm saying is they always have the ability to throw up that bat signal, call in the simps, and they're like the Army Brigade. And once they come in, you are subject to whatever they want to do. And it's more you than it is of them. And these are guys that are jealous, number one, because you're getting the sex they can't get. So
right.
Look.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Chris.
I do not live my life based on what. So I am not water, and my life is not shaped by some other person. This is my life. And if I invite a woman into my if I invite a woman into my life, it's my invitation she's got to deal with. And if she doesn't want the invitation, that's it. See, men are not taking a stand. And what women, this whole rape fantasy is, they're looking for that. They're begging for it. But it's taboo to say I want to be raped. And if they tell you, well, the real reason I want to be raped is I just want masculine dominance, is what I want.
But I guarantee you, if you let all those dudes at the pen and let them have them women, I guarantee you they'll become
I've dealt with too many women who don't go down that path, Kendrick. Too many.
But I'm the main dude putting out that kind of masculinity.
Well, that's the problem. That's what guys need to learn. That's what they're looking for.
It's just that those men, it's just those men, they won't call the cops on those men because, number one, those men are accustomed to dealing with the cops, and those men don't really have anything to lose, so they don't give a fuck about going back to, they're about that life. They don't give a fuck about going back to jail.
I believe you, Chris.
Hey, Christopher, you hit us with home runs. That's what my whole thing is. That's why they get with them busters. They don't have nothing to lose. They don't have nothing to lose. Those guys, they they still go back to them guys. They haven't worked. They haven't sacrificed. They don't have anything to lose. They don't have any, people to depend on them or a legacy to leave something behind. All over this shit. So they can come in. They can raw dog the chick, feel like the tramp that she wants to be, and then if they go down, they don't have nothing to lose. They're going back home. They're going back to the pen.
Okay.
There
are clean-cut men who have served in the military and they've been married for decades, and they assert their dominance at home, and they haven't been to jail. They're not going to jail. They assert their dominance, and the woman conforms to that. There are plenty of men from the military who do that.
Let me tell you something. I've been in the military. I've been around those dudes who've been married for decades. They're not asserting any dominance. Let me tell you.
No, there may be guys who don't.
You're not gonna get away with that with me.
Because I've met them. I've met them, Chris. I've met them.
I've served, and let me tell you, the military is for them to be dominant over their women. They may get thrown in the brig. I've seen a guy lose a security clearance and get thrown in jail for yelling at his wife.
Okay.
Doing something simple as yelling at his wife.
Listen. This is why I tell men they They need to learn about conflict resolution, man, because if you know how to assert your masculinity, you don't need to use violence. This is what men are not learning.
Yelling is not violent. Yelling is not being violent. Raising your voice is asserting your masculinity.
Okay. So then
that's the initial escalation of force.
Those are the men who have failed at manhood, because the men who have not failed at manhood are not dealing with that, and I've met too many of them in military and non-military. And women that listen, what women are asking for is what men are not giving them. So now it comes out crazy, and it sounds crazy. They want to be raped, but they're asking for something. And they're resenting men for not giving them what they want. It's not rape. And some of them do want to be raped.
So that part, like I said, that part I will agree with you, that women do resent men for not giving them what they want. But it's the whole game of, I'm going to ask you something. I don't really want it, but if you give it to me, I'm going to be pissed off at you about it. That's the game they play. And then, like I said, you have this sect of men who think that they truly do want what they're asking for, even though the rest of us know they don't really want what they're asking for. We know it's just something they just want. Ultimately, women want to be told no, because telling a woman no is the best way to show dominance over her. If you ever want to piss a woman off or make a woman even want you more, just ignore her. Ignore her. Tell her no. That's how you get their attention. That's how you keep them wanting you. You tell her yes or giving her what she wants, she's just going to resent you for it.
Listen, one thing that women expect from men is a certain level of discipline. They look for a certain level of guidance, even though they've been told if you take a man's guidance, he's controlling you. But that is really what they're looking for from us.
Let me ask you.
Reggie, I'm not going to answer until I finish saying what I'm saying. So until men understand a way to powerfully and effectively dominate and deal with a woman without going off the handle, this is why I keep saying conflict resolution. If men keep avoiding that, this is why I talk about mastery of self, male mastery. If that's not addressed, then men won't know how to deal with it. And yes, the police will come. But if you have no kind of mastery over your own masculinity, if you don't even know how to govern yourself, then yes, someone else is going to govern you. Go ahead, Reggie.
Did you agree with what Chris just said?
You have to tell me specifically what you're asking me.
Never mind, Dave. Move on. Never mind.
Yeah, the mastery, I give about what all three of you brothers saying, but what I'm saying though, T, we need to try to get to this solution without it having to exert what you call it, that physical self-dominance over her, where she got to get somewhere and be still and be quiet.
Yeah.
In other words, the cops will show up at the door. You see what I'm saying? It shouldn't have to get to that point. That's what I'm saying.
If you don't know how to handle yourself, then people will know it, and they will bring someone else in to handle you.
Oh, they can come all they want. But
No,
just know I'm ready for it.
Just if you don't know how to handle yourself, I don't care who the person is, it will bring someone else in to handle you.
All I'm saying is if a man understands the game is being played, or if he understands how everything works, and he's simply saying it's not worth the risk for him to risk his livelihood or his assets to play this foolish game and potentially lose his life or lose everything that he's worked for. If he doesn't want to play that game, I understand. I'm not going to fault him. I'm not going to call him a weak man because he's choosing not to take the chance. We don't call anyone who doesn't go to Hollywood, and I'm not Hollywood. Anyone who doesn't go to Vegas, we don't call them weak because they're not willing to go to Vegas and risk their life savings gambling. No, we just We actually
Okay, good. Ted, do you agree with what Chris just said?
That we don't call people weak for gambling their life saving?
The whole scenario, the whole thing he put together for you, you don't agree with that at all. You don't see why a guy would be that way. And you call that weak. You call that weak for a guy to be aware of his surroundings, the potential for disaster. You call that weak?
Well, what kind of surroundings?
That's what Chris just explained it to you. This. Are you listening, or you just want to talk?
So if a guy gambles away his whole savings in Las Vegas, he is weak, and he deserves to lose it because he has no self mastery.
For some of these women,
he has no self mastery.
Okay. Oh, he no self mastery. Okay.
He's bringing his stuff.
I didn't know. Okay. Listen, I don't know where you went with that. I kind of got lost on it because you went to the gambling part. I don't know if you really understood exactly what he was saying, but I know what he was saying. I want to know, do you agree with what he was saying? And you saying you don't know what he's saying. Are you listening to what other people are saying to you?
I agree with him, Reed. A man that got much to lose, he ain't gonna say anything.
No, yeah, you get what I'm asking, Ted. Are you listening to what some other guy is saying to you?
Reggie, until men stand up, women will keep making them kneel down.
Okay, here we go again. That's it. Never mind. There we go.
So I want to see what else this guy has to say.
Okay, having all of that power is just such a burden. It's so stressful. And also having people suffocate you can be great in the business world, at least to an extent, but it just makes these people not relatable when they put you up on a pedestal.
See, women don't want to be put on a pedestal by men. They don't have power, but they have an illusion of having it. And men, too many men are bowing to that. The men who bow to vagina are powerless. And women know that. And they exploit you. And they don't respect you. That's why I've never heard so many men asking for respect from women. Never heard that. That was the 90s women started saying they want to be respected. And those women were disrespectful. That's why they were asking for it. Now men are asking for it.
I don't ask for respect for a woman.
Not the man.
This is why I say game is for girls, power is for men. And women will respect power. You don't even need to ask for it. It's not even a conversation. Asking for respect from a woman is like asking her to have a vagina. I'm not even going to have that conversation.
It ain't up to no negotiation with me. They going to do what I say do. It's going to be consequences.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying that, Kendrick. I'm saying that you have to know how to communicate with people. And you have to know.
Oh, that's true.
You have to know how to assert yourself so that you get the outcomes. And a lot of times women are not looking at the long-term big picture and what's in the best interest of everyone. She's thinking of what she can, how it might look to her friends or family. I've heard too many women say to me, I can't believe you have me in this situation. I can't even tell anyone that I'm in this situation. So women are worried about what someone else is thinking because society goes against it. Except it's what they really want. There's a level of safety and comfort in a man playing a dominant role, guiding and looking out for what's in the best interest of all, the big picture. As a man, you need to be able to express that to a woman so she gets it. And then you need to demonstrate behavior that reflects those words. But if your words and your actions are different, then society has told her and has given her a system where she can come after you. And if men need to understand that, and I don't care if there's only 10% of men, but when feminism was being pushed from the late 60s, that wasn't even 1% of females pushing it, less than 1%. And look what the hell they did. So you can't tell me that 1% of men can't turn this around. Like I have a difficult time. We got here by less than 1% of women. And they could have used the same excuse. Well, the system won't let us. Women respect balls.
Yeah,
Right? It makes you feel like, you don't have any equal.
Hold on, Kendrick.
They say them with respect.
Okay, hold on, Kendrick. Yeah, hold on.
To talk to or any superiors to talk to who can be influential to you in ways that you want. And so that's what these women want in their relationships. They don't want someone to put someone on a pedestal. They want someone to take someone off of the pedestal. They want someone they feel is a very powerful person, even more powerful than them. They want to feel that power as fully and intensely as possible, which is, of course, most ultimately done in rape fantasy. Next, the fourth psychological reason is that they want to be put deep into what is called in the BDSM world subspace, or the mental space of submission, in this sort of mental state that women are put into when they are treated with extreme dominance and put deeply into that submissive role. And the subspace is almost like a trance-like state or a meditative state that is in fact very drug-like, because what causes it, like all peak experiences that you can have in sex, is an extreme endorphin rush. So a lot of these women are seeking, and all women really who seek out these extreme experiences of being dominated by men and a lot of other peak experiences in sex, is really the endorphin rush that it causes in their mind and the drug-like feeling that those endorphins have, since they are actually very molecularly similar to other drugs. Like morphine, for instance, is very molecularly similar to beta endorphin.
This is this is what I'm getting at. Women are looking for this from men, and they're being denied it. They're being denied their fix, this endorphin rush that they're not getting from men, and they want it. So like a child who will act out because you're not giving them discipline, it's all they're doing. Let me let this guy.
Well, they're not getting it because men have been handcuffed.
You know, Reggie, I watched this movie from 1966. Damn, I forget the name of it, but it was very interesting because it's a mad world. I was watching that movie, and it was interesting that this scene happened in 1966. I was really surprised, and it was a British guy and a dude in the U.S. driving, and the British guy said, "You guys, imagine 1966." He said, "You guys in the U.S. are so," he said something like, "You're so henpecked by your women and so dominant, you've lost your balls." I mean, he just went down the line like it was amazing. You can find a movie on YouTube. It starts at 1 hour 19, around 1 hour 19 minutes, and he just.
I've seen them.
No,
I've seen the movie. Okay, Ted.
Reggie, I let you speak. Reggie, you're doing just like women, Reggie. Stop it. God, man, what are you doing? I don't interrupt you, Reggie. The point is in 1966, they were already saying this about men. Like this was a perspective, even though it's a movie, but someone saw that it was happening already. So look how far we've gone from there. So this is not because women rose up and pushed men over. It's because men laid down. This is the problem, and they resent that. This is the point I'm getting at. So whether a real British dude said that, the fact that someone made a real point of it in the movie was kind of a wake-up call, and apparently men didn't listen. So here we are, and I'm giving the same message. And still I'm being told about the system.
This system's been in play for quite a while here. But I mean, I agree with it. Over here, yeah, men have been soft. But this has been in the work. Hey, it became fucked up when they gave them the right to vote. Okay, you don't give them nothing. Wait a minute, hold on. You said hold on. They haven't fought one motherfucking war. They ain't ready for the death. They haven't earned nothing. Hold up.
Right.
So you just gave it to them.
Right.
They gave it to them.
Right.
They gave it to them. So again, we're still going back, but we still now in modern times, the guys that didn't have nothing to do with the patriarchal trying to be or destroyed. It was other means, but we're not caught up in this fish bowl with our hands kind of tied behind them, our handcuffed, or I mean, just like you said earlier, I mean, hell, you could tell a woman, hello, and she gets caught and say you can try to make sexual advances to her. You made her feel uncomfortable. I mean, all kinds of shit can go on now. So again, you going back to this movie still don't have nothing to do with the fact that we are caught up in this situation as men are so-called men. Women can be women brought their own fucking misery upon their own damn self. Okay, I'm not gonna fault no guy for protecting his best interest. I'm not gonna tell him he's a bitch for not this bitch bent over till you come fuck her, and since you didn't go fuck that bitch, your ass is fucking weak. I'm not gonna tell him that. I'm saying, he's a smart dude. You got too much to lose.
So what do I need to do? Bring some dudes who were born here in the U.S. and they're of Middle Eastern descent. I need to bring them on the show and have a conversation and ask them what they do.
Hey, guess what?
They live we've covered this already. They live in a completely different society where there's nobody who made rules for them where they will be punished for doing that.
They still live in the U.S.
I understand, but even in the U.S., they paid. You always say that the U.S. is a republic. Well, they paid money to the U.S. government for them to be able to instill their own values within their communities. They paid this.
Okay, so why can't everyone else?
In their own communities, hold on. So in their own communities, they can do that and still get away with it because it's part of their culture. So now, if you stop them from doing it, now it's you're subject to sanctions from the UN potentially, or
the UN is powerless.
It could be considered you're stopping them from practicing their religious rights, whatever you're infringing on their societal beliefs or whatever. But they have set up communities where they're able to practice their beliefs the same as they would in their homeland. But make no mistake about it, they're able to do that because they have a root system that is set in place in their homeland, which is not the U.S. We're talking about the U.S., where the Puritans came and established a system that where even though these women don't want something, if they ask for it, you have to give it to them, because if you don't, there's a group of steps who will punish you for not doing it. And if you're willing to take that chance, fine, I don't care, do it. But don't tell me because I'm not willing to risk my life, my liberty, or my assets that I'm weak because I don't want to go to Vegas and gamble with you. You can go to Vegas and gamble all you want. I don't care. Don't call me weak for not getting in the car and going with you.
Then I'll accept that I'm the exception to the rule then.
Okay, you we just got. I ain't trying to bust your balls on your own shoulder.
I'll accept it. I'll accept it. Because I mean these problems, man, you guys are talking about. Then I must be the exception to the rule.
Okay.
But
back to what Chris was saying. We all individuals here, man. Okay. None of us like the situation that we're in or what's going down or what has happened. But the reality of it is that no matter how alpha, how bad, whatever it is, potentially she has the potential to turn your life upside down. It's up to you whether you want to roll the dice or not, or you feel that this chick is a quality woman and she won't do this, which I don't know what being a quality woman has to do with a woman snapping her, getting her feelings hurt, So, but that's me. But I'm not gonna fault any guy. If you want to go black pill, if you want to go monk, whatever you want to do, if that's what he want to do and it's working for him, I'm not gonna tell him he's weak for him. I'm not gonna tell him that.
But real talk,
I couldn't do it. Now I couldn't do it. I like women. I saw some of the day at the bar I wanted to hit, but I still like, hey, is it worth it? Is it worth the effort? Or do I want to? Do I have the time and effort to put in? Because she saw me, I saw her. she didn't come fall in my damn lap. So I might have to go do some things, put some time in. You know, is it worth it? Is it worth it?
Yo, Chris, I want to backtrack real quick about what you said about those other patriarchal societies that you had just stated. Now, notice what you just said. Them men had a certain system set in place where everybody knew their role and everybody had consequences. Okay, well, just think back to Black Wall Street. Now, those men came home from World War II, and I guarantee you, them dudes had something in place for those communities to thrive up until before the destruction of those times. Now, look at what America look like now. In the picture of black culture, look at where we at now.
You don't have no community.
We don't have that like we used to.
No,
and that's what I was trying to ask you.
You don't have, Henry, you don't have no black community. You have hoods and ghettos. You have no businesses. All the businesses in the hood are ran by people that don't look like you. Or they do. They're from another patriarchal country that's over here making money and sending money back over to their people to take care of their people.
Yeah, I'm with you. But what I'm saying, for some reason, we lost it. You know what I'm saying? Somewhere along the way, we lost it.
No, we never had it. We never had it. We've never had it.
So Black Wall Street, we didn't have it.
You had that was made, but you know, it's kind of hard to say, but you know, we're kind of an individual type of race. You know, we don't build together. You know, we built alone or whatever because we just don't have that loyalty. We don't have that culture like those other countries that you talk about over there. You know, we don't. You know, for whatever reason, that's how it is. That's how it's been. And things have gotten, you know, I mean, just look at everything. Look at it. And guess what? It's not going to change. Oh, if it changes, it's only going to get worse.
But according to he's saying we can change it.
To bring it back to the topic at hand, yes, women have these fantasies. They have these fantasies. But what they also have is a group of men called simps who completely deny the fact that they have these fantasies. So when you have consensual sex or you oblige them by indulging in this fantasy with them, you have this group of men who will deny that they've ever had this fantasy. They're willing to punish you for enacting upon this fantasy with them. And what I'm saying is we know they have fantasies. I'm not going to deny it, but they'll deny it, and they're the ones with the power, and they're the ones with the control over the laws and the punishments of society. And I'm not going to let this group of simps take my shit away or throw me in some fucking cage because I know what the woman wanted, and I gave it to her. And them, because they couldn't get sex from a woman, they felt that they were protecting her by punishing me for giving her what she wanted. I'm just not, the best way to win a game is not play it. If you don't play it, you always win. You're always a winner.
What she wants has nothing to do with sex.
No, she wants a dominance. I get it.
Okay.
But like I said, you still have that group of men who are in denial about the fact that they want to be dominated. That's why we live in an egalitarian society.
Hey Chris, I heard that the reason that Dr. Dre's wife started this whole divorce thing because she wanted something, and that motherfucker told her no. I'm tired of you spending up the money and whatever it is. And she wouldn't follow.
Yeah, you gotta come with some facts before I mean. I don't know anything about it. No. You're saying I heard, so I'm not even gonna go down that path. So okay.
I just put that into play where he put his foot down.
Listen, listen. Listen.
Listen,
Rumors.
okay,
I don't
listen.
want to talk about rumors,
I'm
unsubstantiated.
It doesn't matter what.
I'm not going to go down that path.
If I can't talk the way that I want to talk, I'm not going to talk at all.
I don't want to deal. I don't want to talk about rumors and what could have happened.
I was talking to Chris then.
I want this guy that I had playing to finish what he's saying, because I don't want to talk about this guy is looking at some studies on why women are behaving this way, so men can better understand. Yes, one expression is sex, but what he's getting at, this is beyond sex. What women are looking for, they don't want to be put on a pedestal. Too many men put pussy on a pedestal. Way too many. You haven't even said hello to the woman. You're already thinking it's something out there that you want to get.
It's one of the primary endorphins that causes this feeling of being high after you've had an experience of extreme pain. So these women are really seeking the experience of being put into subspace and having that endorphin rush. Next, the fifth reason, which is common for all fantasies, is that this may have started somewhere very small, right? And it wasn't originally a full-on rape fantasy. And maybe it started with the fantasy of them being lusted after by a man or dominated by a man, and just sort of built up over time, and was something that they've always went to in their mind more and more over time, but never ever been able to act on and fulfill with someone. This is so common for many, if not most or all, fantasies that women have, is that they start small, and oftentimes when women are young, and is something that they fantasize about consistently over time and get built up over time, but are never able to be fulfilled because they never feel comfortable communicating about it with someone, and if they do, they often get shamed for it. And then number 6, they may just want to do something that is extremely kinky, taboo, and dirty. It'd be just like the most extreme and hardcore thing that they could possibly think of, because of the fact that their sex life has always been incredibly safe and boring. They just sort of felt very sexually repressed and had this repression probably build up over time until they felt like they just needed to break free of their sexual repression and just do something that is extremely kinky and taboo and dirty and possibly the most hardcore thing that they can think of. And this is one that's very common, especially for women who are in their 30s and 40s, because most women are very stuck in a sexual comfort zone and have had very limited sexual experiences because they lead a very monotonous and boring sex life. And usually when they do have sex with men, the men aren't very focused on their pleasure and don't give them much sexual fulfillment. And the sex often doesn't last very long. And a lot of times also between sex partners, a lot of women will go for long stretches of time being celibate because of the fact that it's hard for women to find good sexual partners. So sexual repression in women is extremely common. And as that sexual repression builds up over time, it gets to a point where women just feels the need to do something very extreme. And rape fantasy is, of course, a very extreme thing to do. It is a easy choice for women who are at that point. And then the last one, number 7, which isn't actually an easy choice for these types of women to make, but is an extremely good psychological reason why women want to do a rape fantasy role play, is because they want to safely and therapeutically work through past rape trauma in a controlled situation. And this is also why many women get into BDSM. All right, women who have sexual trauma from their past can find it very therapeutic to work through that trauma through role play of being dominated, even in the ways that they had been assaulted before in the past. Okay, when you have that controlled situation of a premeditated and negotiated role play, especially when you're using the structure that is provided in the kink and BDSM community, it is a very good therapeutic way for them to work through that trauma, and is oftentimes successful when done properly. But when done improperly, it can just simply be re-traumatizing for them. So if this is one that happens to apply to you as a woman, that's something to watch out for. However, you don't have to worry, because in a little while I'm going to teach you exactly how.
So I played this guy because, yes, they're like I said, I don't understand why in Latin America the women are not as traumatized as the women here. I mean, we can talk about how
Latin America it wasn't founded by Puritans.
Right. Absolutely. And even if I've dated women in Africa or the Caribbean who have been raped, and they didn't have that, they were not inhibited. They didn't have this hatred towards men and all that. Like it just didn't exist. Like it just very different, even though it's the same act. So, and not all of them have dealt with, seeing a therapist. Like I don't even want to say survive. Like it's something that happened. It's unfortunate. But you know, the callous way to look at it is you had sex with someone and you may not necessarily have wanted to have sex with them. Like that's what happened. We turn it into like you were killed and slaughtered and then brought back to life. And there's this horrible thing. But if a boy or a man gets raped, it's not this horrible thing, you know. So this is a problem by itself. But part of that is what the guy was just saying. So we live in a country where initially a lot of women don't deal with that well. I mean, I've met several women who have been raped, but there's a way to deal with them so that that doesn't become the focal point of the relationship, because it really is for a lot of women. Like they're still dealing with you like you're the rapist. And that's where a lot of problems come, and you're the enemy. I mean, there are women who haven't been raped and who have what they call it like sympathetic trauma. A woman who's never been raped or molested will sympathize with a woman who has, and then take on the same mindset and way of being as a woman who has been raped. And that has become part of US culture, like this sympathetic trauma.
Right. It's the same trauma that mothers pass down to their daughters on why they couldn't get husbands. So now their daughters have these whole preconceived notions of that all men are bad and blah, 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 blah. And they end up just like their mothers not being able to secure a husband. But it's not through their own experience. It's because they empathize with their mother's experience.
Yeah, they call it sympathetic trauma. It doesn't even happen to you, yet you're acting as though it did happen, and that's a problem. So part of what I'm saying, and I saw a comment. Someone said, "I'm going to go to Latin America." If you go to Latin America and you deal with the women in Latin America or any other country the same way you see women here, you're going to end up with the same exact problems. You just will. So going to another country is not the solution. Men need to be able to establish masculine dominance with women, no matter where the woman comes from. If you don't do that, another country won't be the solution. It may seem like it temporarily. And they might try you because they understand that the way that they see the United States is that the women wear the pants and women dominate men in this country. So they are going to try you to see what they can get away with.
But it ain't a point. They ain't been able to get away with the cartels, though.
No, they don't get away with it in their country. But what I'm saying, I'm not talking about a cartel. I'm talking about a guy from the United States who goes to get a woman in Latin America. She's going to know that the way she sees the United States is that the women dominate the men. So she's going to try you. You understand? You follow me?
Oh yeah, she might until she catch on that I ain't the one to play with.
Well, I'm not talking about you, Kendrick. I'm saying that that's what I'm saying is that she may try you because she's heard that the women can wear the pants. So she's going to see if she can push past a certain boundary. And if she can, she's going to try another one. And eventually she's going to end up being just like the women here, or not exactly like, it'll be a tamed version of it. She may still honor her, her role, but she may become more materialistic and feel entitled. So that's what makes it. It's about the man. It's not about the woman.
Yeah, you do have to handle them with. You can't handle them the same way that treat them. I should say handle, but you have.
Let's say handle. Let's say handle. Let's not be afraid to say.
Okay,
that.
yeah. Let's say handle because let's say handle because we know even American women want to be handled. What's the first thing that
exactly.
Black women tell you? That you can't handle
right.
a strong Black woman.
Right.
Okay, yeah. So let's handle them. So yeah, when you go down there, you can actually handle them the way they truly want to be handled because they're not. There's no simps down there keeping you from doing it. You know, the simps out down there don't make the laws. They don't run shit. Whereas here they do.
What would be interesting. I wonder if there would be a significantly lower percentage of women in Latin America who have rape fantasies.
You know what? I would love to see that study because I'm willing to bet that there probably are. Because they get that dominance already.
That's the point. Exactly. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah.
That's the essence of what I'm saying, Chris.
No, I get it. And I'm not disagreeing with you at all. What I'm saying is although you and I know that's what they want, it's because we understand women. But what you have is a large group of men who don't understand women, and they don't understand that that's what women truly want. So what they do is they think that by stopping us from giving women what they want, that they're protecting women when they're not.
No, I get that. I get that. I don't.
They're just pissing. They're the ones that's. Matter of fact, I'll go as far to say this: they're the one that's instilling all this hostility in women because the women feel that these men should be like us and understand them and understand that they don't really mean what they say when they say they don't want it. That these men should know that they're just speaking in conjecture. They don't truly want what they say. They're just saying it just because they don't want to be shamed for saying it. Saying what they really want.
That's the major point of taking this topic on, because that's like rape fantasy. They can't say I want a rape fantasy, and they can't say I want a man who dominates me. They can't say either one because they're going to be put down for it and told how stupid and weak they are. Yet that's what they want. And that's the part men need to see.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. But you know, at the same time, I say if there's any man who's not willing to play the mental gymnastics or willing to weather the storm and fight through the sea of simps and risk all the repercussions that could come from the simps, that I'm not going to call him weak for not willing to deal with it. Life's too short. No, if you don't want to put up with the bullshit, no, don't. I'm not going to call you for it.
So here's what I'm saying. Yes, there are men who get on all fours and take it with a strap on. Those guys get what they get. If there are 0 men who check women, then they will keep running off the rails. And until the men who know how to check women check them, there'll be no one to correct and guide the situation. It doesn't mean you're jumping through the hoops and you're playing mental gymnastics. That's the point, is that I don't play that. And it's unacceptable. And if you want something else, you should go get it elsewhere, not with me. So I'm not playing that. And if men took that stand, it doesn't matter what the simps do. They can run to the simps. They're going to resent them anyway. What they really want is a man who can stand up. I don't know. I don't think you were on the show. I had a woman who's a sex worker. She does the OnlyFans kind of stuff. And she said she would probably marry a beta male. The woman stands 6'1". And she said, if I marry a beta male, I'll hate and resent him because I know he's powerless and I know how he's going to be interacting with the world with no power. Her fear of a man who was what she called an alpha and powerful was that he would have too many options. And on one hand, she respects and wants the boundaries he's going to put up. On the other hand, I think her fear was that he would have access to too many other women and the possibility of cheating and not being able to do anything with that guy. And once again, the shame, being shamed for wanting that. But she's clear that she would hate the beta male, even though she would marry him and let him pay the bills. She would resent him. And that's the part men need to understand.
I completely believe her when she say that. That's what I just said. They're pissed off at simps and because they feel that simps should understand that they don't truly want egalitarianism. So stop giving it to them. You should understand that they want to be dominated, and it's like a child. You don't give a child bleach just because it points at the bottle and says it's thirsty. When you know that child that drinking that bleach is going to hurt that child. That child doesn't understand it, but you know it, and that's how women feel. They feel that men should know that they don't truly want egalitarian. Look at them; they don't want responsibility. They don't want any kind of responsibility or accountability for anything, and they want men to stop giving it to them. But what happens? We live in a society where it's set up to keep giving it to them because it's easy to get them to part ways with their money, and they're too stupid to see it. So I don't know. It's a weird dynamic. It just is.
But this is why I'm promoting so much that men take a stand. I don't care what do you call them, simps or whatever name you want to call them, beta males. When I invite her into my life and she's in my presence, it's all about, this is my world. So whatever those other guys do are irrelevant. And if she's concerned about them, then she should go with them. And I've told women that I've been out with a woman and said, you see that guy over there? He looks like a nice guy. If that's what you want, you should go to him now. Just get up and walk away from me and I won't feel bad. Go.
I agree. And I also think that when men initially start talking to women, the minute she starts bringing up her ex and all the things that he feels that he wronged her, you stop her right then and there.
Exactly.
And you tell her that you're not going to be the one to suffer, from anything that he did to her. You're not going to be, her cleanup guy. You're not responsible for whatever trauma he caused in her life, and you're not going to be the one to make up for it.
Well, and there's
so
another.
If she still has issues from her ex, then she needs to get the fuck on because you ain't suffering because of it.
Well, there's another way to look at that also, Chris, is to listen and then start asking questions so that she can actually see that she was responsible. So, and in that moment, you might want to make a decision and say, I don't want to be with that. I remember there was a woman in my neighborhood and we'd be on the bus in the morning going to New York. And she was telling me about something how she was handling her ex-boyfriend. And I said, that's not good, right? She said, yeah, I know. Then she told me something. I said, that's not good either. Yeah. Like there was no way I was going to get involved. And I got the sense that she was interested, but after she told me those things, I'm out. I'm not interested. Now, what would have been better for her is to hear that from me. Like if that's the way you deal with men, I have no interest in you. But we hadn't gotten that far. I mean, there was some interest, but you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Like just say, look.
I agree with you.
Do you think that's the smartest thing to do for a relationship? No. Yeah, I know it's not good. Then, like, what the hell are you doing? The way you would talk to a child.
And the easiest way to trick them. The easiest way to trick them is to remove them from the situation and insert, someone else. Just insert some random woman. Hey, I got a cousin, or I got a sister, or I got a neighbor that's doing this, and this. Do you think this was smart of her? And the whole time you're just reflecting her decisions that she's made and her maiden choices.
Exactly.
And they all agree that it was stupid.
Yep. That's a good one. That's also good. Right. So then.
And then the minute you point out that hey, I was actually talking about you, she'll be that light bulb will click on.
Yeah, that's a turnoff. I'm not interested in women who operate that way. See, if more men let it be known that this is behavior, this is not good behavior. Why would you do that? That's not good. Why would you do this? Or the way you put it, how would you feel? And she's like, oh yeah, that sounds stupid. Well, I'm talking about you. And then they get this goofy look on their face. And it's like, do you think that would turn me on? You think I want to be with someone like that? If enough guys handled it that way, eventually there's some light that will start to show up.
Right. And the big exclusive just asked a question. Do women from either America, I guess America or other countries, ever check other women for their bad behavior? And I'll say this to a certain extent. Women are social creatures, and for them, there's safety in numbers, particularly among other women. So they're not going to say too much while they're around other women for other women to alienate themselves from the pack.
What you know what? With those Middle
There
Eastern,
are some, but the vast majority of them are not going to go against. That's why they call it a sisterhood. Because the vast majority of them aren't going to go against each other. That's why you have women who will vote against their own interests when it comes to voting rights. They don't want to see like welfare. They won't vote for welfare to get taken away because they think in the back of their mind that someday they may be on welfare and they may need it. So even though right now they're being taxed at outrageously high prices, right? Rates, they're not going to go vote against welfare or women getting welfare because in the back of their mind, someday they could be on welfare.
Right. But there are women in the U.S. who will check whether it's their daughters or other women and say that's not good behavior. I'm trying because I have heard of this. I have, and they come from especially the Middle East. It's like no, like you end up getting shunned.
Yeah, those women typically come from patriarchal societies, or they have patriarchal households. But those women they're very few and far between. I'm willing to bet it's probably only 5% of women.
I'm trying to think.
Because the vast majority of women just are not going to go against other women. It's just who they are.
Do you know only 12% of Latinas identify as feminist? White women, it's I think 28%. Asians are 26%, and Black women, it's like 24%. And Hispanic women it's only 12%.
Yeah, I can believe it.
So they also.
What's the number for Arab? For Arab women though?
I don't know.
I'm willing to bet that number is not even 10%.
Hell, maybe not even 1%. I mean, I watched a debate of feminists, a feminist being interviewed in a primarily Middle Eastern audience, a lot of women. And I literally watched Middle Eastern women stand up and say, so what you're suggesting is we go against our men. And she was like, she said, no, we're not doing that. That's not right. That doesn't even make sense. Why would we go against our men? And then a younger woman in her 20s, a woman in her 20s said, look, my father wants to know where I am and where I'm going because he doesn't want anything to happen. So he might take me to the party or something, but that's my father caring for me and looking out. He doesn't want to see something happen. He's not controlling me. And the feminist was like, yes, he is. That's patriarchal dominance, and he's controlling you.
I seen a video on YouTube, I wish I could find it again, but it was this young woman over somewhere in the Middle East, and she's walking down the street with no male accompanying her. She's not wearing a hijab or anything, right? She's obviously, feminist. Well, these three old ladies that were, wearing their hijabs, and they're being accompanied by one of them husbands, they just started beating her ass. Like one of them pulled out a loaf of bread that he was taking home, and he just started beating this girl with it. It was absolutely hilarious.
So there you go. That's keeping them in check. But Big Exclusive, what's going on? Happy New Year to you, man. Big Exclusive said that the Middle Eastern women were not allowed to take the poll.
Yeah, they aren't allowed to take the poll. Yeah. They were stoned for taking the poll.
You don't need to take the poll, and it's no one's business what we do and how we relate. You're not taking the poll. It's none of their business. We're telling them nothing. So,
what do you mean taking a poll? What do you mean taking a poll?
Oh, we were talking.
No, it's just a joke. It was just a joke he was making.
We were talking about the number of women in the women in the U.S. by ethnicity who identify as feminists. White women were 28%, Asians were 27, Black women were like 24, and Hispanic women were only 12%. And Chris said, well, what about Middle Eastern? And Big Exclusive said, well, they were not allowed to take the poll. So
that's good. That's good to me. Okay, cool. But yeah, the funny thing about it is, like I said, I don't think those women in those the societies where we call them patriarchal, but let's be honest, it's just a natural way of life. It's just they're not fighting genetics or any of their biology. They're not fighting their biology. I don't know why we call it patriarchal. They're not rebelling against their natural biology.
Good.
And those societies, the women in those societies, they don't have rape fantasies, I'm willing to bet, because they're not fighting their biology. Because they know that when they mate with a man, that he's already the masculine dominant man, because there's no laws in his society to stop him from being that way. He's not going to be punished for being that way, because that's his natural instinct.
Yeah, but in that woman's case, she already know that guy lying with those men. They know that, Chris.
Well, yeah, well, Kendrick, unfortunately, that belief that you keep holding on to, that you keep saying.
No, I'm talking about the men over there in the Arab country. They know that the guy.
I understand, and I'm telling you that your belief is what is the problem over here in the U.S.
You know what I'm saying?
Bullshit is what's ruining this.
I'm neutral on the thing, Chris. Cause the way I look at it, either they gonna get in line or this thing gonna just bottom out. That's how I look at it. For me, I ain't messed up better, Chris. I promise you on that. All this stuff is out of order. So, all countries ought to give you some insight of, like you said, Chris, how things should be ranked. But America just out of order. That's what we is. We just buck wild.
That's
why they call it the Wild Wild West.
There's a video. I haven't played it. I kind of want to hear a little bit. The title of the video is "Can You Be Feminist and Enjoy Rape Fantasies?" You guys want to hear that? Some of it?
Sure.
Can you be a feminist?
All right. It'd be interesting to hear what they have to say about this.
Can you be a feminist and also be into rape fantasies? Yeah, you like rape. Rape roleplay. Or even just anything kinky and submissive, to be fair.
Yeah, I think definitely have gone through that phase of like, I'm a powerful woman. Why am I letting some bloke throw me around and play with me non-consensually?
Yeah, why do I want a guy to throw me down on the bed and have his way with me?
Yeah, while I'm crying and
Why do
struggling.
I fantasize about someone breaking into my house and fucking me?
Why do I fantasize about being kidnapped and used as a sex slave against my will?
I had that fantasy from a very young age.
Too young,
like a really weirdly young age.
Yeah. Where does it come from?
I don't know. I was daydreaming about being hooked up to this like machine where all these basically loads of people were hooked up to this machine, and then I was forced to have sex with the gross boys in the class. I didn't want to have sex with.
Yeah, and at really like questionably young ages.
Yeah,
I remember looking up like torture devices, but like sexual torture devices.
Yeah. Wow. So this is ingrained in us like from a very young age.
Yeah. I mean, we've had great fucking childhoods. Haven't really gone through anything traumatic. There's no real reason for it. Like, why?
What's wrong with my hair? It's got like a wispy sideburn.
Oh.
Just cut this away. Okay, we'll get on with the rest of the video.
So yeah, we are here to make you understand, and for us to both understand why
and actually how you can be feminist and submissive.
Yeah, because we are both technically feminists.
We are feminists. We believe in equality and women's rights and equal pay and all that. Basically, how can we be strong, powerful women and also want to be overpowered and have no control in the bedroom?
Yeah, completely humiliated and disgraced and
spat on and told her that I'm a slut. Not really. I actually had a little bit of a problem. Someone was calling me a slut and like a whore.
Yeah.
Dirty cum slut or something.
Yeah.
And I was actually like, I'm not actually okay with being called a slut.
I think the difference is who's saying it.
Maybe, yeah.
Massively. It's all about the fact that we are in control and there is consent to an extent. You know, it doesn't matter how dominant somebody is, they are not going to do anything that you're not okay with. That's like the overall rule. That's how we can, and it should be the same either way around as well. But if they're suddenly calling you a slut, or they haven't really had that conversation with you, or the feeling's not right or not there,
then
it's a bit like,
ew. Yeah, you always need to have a conversation first.
Yeah.
Like, not are you okay with me calling this, but like maybe just like testing the waters.
Yeah. You don't have to have like a, do you like this and do you not like that?
Yeah. It kind of comes up in conversation naturally, I would say.
Well, we hope. I mean, this is why in the BDSM kink realm, communication is so good. It's better than like anywhere else because people need to talk about it rather than thinking that you're like fucking hot shit, you're the biggest dominating cunt, and just thinking that you know exactly what to do and how to treat a girl and how she will like it. That's not what a real dom is. A real dom is someone that, you know, makes sure that they check in and see if what they're doing is okay. Like, that's when it's fucking hot.
Also, that is the biggest turn on for me. Someone that's super masculine.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Mine
is enjoying really masculine energy.
Well, if you get a dominant woman,
true.
They would probably chase thing. You know, men really enjoy a chase, or someone who's dominant enjoys a chase. It would be the reverse as well. If you get a dominant woman, they would probably enjoy the chase of someone, you know, that might just be a little bit more timid.
Part of being dominated for me is enjoying really masculine energy over me.
Oh yeah,
that is the biggest turn on for me. Someone that's super masculine.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Mine goes to extremes though, because I like very extreme rape scenarios. Like again, kidnapping. I don't want it to be just like, oh, please don't. Oh no, like, I want it to be like kicking, screaming, punching, like getting away from each other. Hardcore.
It actually needs to feel like a little bit real.
Yes.
Otherwise it's like, because I kind of experienced this recently with someone, and they sort of said some things, but they weren't really acting it out in like a strong way. And it was just like, well, if you're gonna say these things, you have to do the whole thing, because otherwise it's just not gonna work.
No, well, it's unfortunately a turn off. Unfortunately, I'm sure there are dominant people that we've played with that wouldn't be okay with an extreme scenario. And there's people that were, you know, done that before. Like, oh yeah, can we do a kidnap, like a break-in scenario? And then it's not gone to plan, or not really. I mean,
and also sometimes you have this huge fantasy. You're like, oh my god, this is gonna turn me on so much, and then in reality, it's actually like, oh, actually, this is a bit weird.
Your own fantasies, when you actually play them out, you can realize that you're not into them.
Yeah,
again,
100%, and that's okay.
Yeah,
like it's okay to want it in your mind, but not in real life.
I don't like being called a slut or a hoe. I want to be choked on a dick so much that I throw up. But the idea of that is hot. But I don't think I'd like that in reality.
I think because I've had this a similar thing when masturbating, like someone was like shoving their dick in my throat to choking. And when I deep throat in real life and I choke a little bit, like I don't like it.
Yeah. When you gang, you're like,
oh, I don't want to, because I don't want to puke.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to do that on your dick. Sorry.
Yeah. Same with like being choked, strangled. Actually, hair pulling, I like the idea of, but when it happens to me, I don't like it.
Really?
Because it hurts my head so much. It really distracts me from the pleasure.
Yeah.
So this is all important stuff that needs to be talked about. Again, it's like you're never taking away the control from the dominant person by talking about things and by suggesting things that you do or don't like. That's not removing the dominance. It's just giving yourself like limits and parameters for you to play safely, because you are dealing with stuff that can be dangerous, that can be sensitive. You know, shibari, like Japanese rope bondage, thinking, oh yeah, that's cool, I'd love to be tied up like that. But what if someone tied you up and you lost complete feeling in your arm and it hurt, and you were not really in a situation where you're like, you didn't feel pleasure anymore because you're so distracted by something else.
Yeah,
So
I can imagine that happening actually.
Definitely.
Because the idea of it is so hot.
Yeah.
But like, is reality? I don't know.
Well, that's what porn is. You're watching porn and you're imagining like everything that they're feeling and going through, but you don't actually know what they're actually feeling or going through. You know, the guys there might be acting like they're into it, but they might be like just thinking about what they're cooking that night. Or like they're just doing it because, you know, it's a porn scene, doing it for money. Or one of the girls could be like, I actually don't feel your dick at all, but I'm pretending that I'm like really like into this and it's so big.
But I guess the thing here is that
I
rape
want to make sure
is
you heard
such.
what she said.
What's that?
So did you hear what she said? She specifically said that the guy who's doing the rape fantasy may not necessarily be into it. He may be thinking about, you know, doing something else later on that night. So in their mind, they don't want the guy that's giving them the fantasy. They want the real fucking thing. Bitches are crazy.
No, that
These
she
bitches actually want to get raped.
no, that she was talking about.
So you're right.
They were
It's
talking
like
about.
I said, Chris,
No,
that's crazy.
no. Hold on, Kendrick. They were talking about porn. That when you're watching people have porn, the guy could be thinking about what he's going to cook tonight.
Right. But they were talking about the rape fantasies in porn. And the guy doing the rape fantasy in porn, he may not necessarily be into the fantasy. He may be thinking about something else he's doing later on that night. So they don't want that. They want the real fucking thing. They want authenticity.
No, that they made that clear a few minutes ago, but they were saying that porn, you don't know what people are feeling. The woman, because they said the guy could be thinking about what he's going to eat, and a woman, maybe she doesn't even feel his dick, and she's just faking like she does. So they were not talking about rape; they were just talking about porn in general.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just so. They're off course now, but let's see if they have. But so what the one thing that they are saying, and we're hearing it, is that they're looking for power and masculinity. That is what they really want.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing real quick. That's evident by all these protests from these Antifa women, right? These Antifa women who are extreme leftist, feminists, and they hate the patriarchy. They still said, they took a poll among them, and they still said that they would rather be fucked by the conservative men than the men on their side, because the conservative men still displayed masculinity.
Chris, that's my whole point. That's it.
I never disagree with you on that. I never want to disagree with you on that.
It's like look, when you ask a woman, what would you like to eat? Let's go to dinner. And this is your woman. You've been seeing her for a while. What would you like to eat? And the comedians make jokes. But you know what? Chris, I'm thinking about this. The women who lived with me, I actually didn't have that problem because I was not patient about that kind of behavior.
No, you told them what you wanted to eat. You tell them what you wanted to eat. If they don't want to eat it, fine. You fix whatever the fuck you want to eat. You go out and get whatever you want, but this is what's on the menu tonight. And you're going to accept it or you're going to eat elsewhere.
Exactly. Or no, listen, there was a woman here at my house who told me we should go to a restaurant. I said, why? I just went shopping 2 days ago. I have a lot of food in the refrigerator. And she said, yeah, well, I'm not cooking. She said, I've never cooked for any man in my life. This is a woman in her mid-30s, 35, 36. And I said, and I said, well, here's the deal. I'm not going to a restaurant. I told you that. I'm not eating out a lot. She said, well, then call a restaurant and have them deliver it. And I laughed and I said, here's the deal. Either you get in the kitchen and cook, or I cook. And when I cook, I'm cooking for one person. You either watch me eat or you leave and go home. So that's your choice. Get in the kitchen and cook. And man, she had a temper tantrum. She stomped her feet. And for weeks, she said, you forced me. And I never did that. No man has ever expected me. And it's like, I don't care. Get your ass in the kitchen and cook. I mean, that was like straight up 1940s. Get your ass in the kitchen and cook or go home. And she went in the kitchen and cooked a great meal.
Yeah, I can see it. I understand it.
And maybe
you don't ever ask a woman, what she wants to eat or where she wants to eat, because women, like I said, they're social creatures. They take their social cues from men. Because deep down, every decision a woman makes is predicated on us not killing her because we're the dominant of the species. So she's never going to pick where she wants to eat. She's always going to say, I don't know, or be indecisive about it. Because deep down in the back of her mind, if she picks a bad restaurant and you get food poisoning or you just don't like the meal, you're going to be the one to pay for it. And in the back of her mind, if you don't like the food, you could kill her. So when you ask her what she's want to eat, I don't know. I don't need. All right, bitch, we're going to get steak. Okay.
Right.
So yeah, you don't ever ask them what they want to eat. You tell them.
Let's see if what's going on, Myth Twist. We're playing a video from your side of the pond, man, and thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. He said
Queen doesn't approve.
He said I just got here. He said the Queen doesn't approve of this at all. The Queen is in the closet getting dominated by someone right now, as we speak. Come on, man. She just won't marry the guy because she knows her power is gone if she marries him.
The taboo fetish, a king.
Oh yeah, and it's
one
scary word
it's one
as
of
well.
the biggest ones. And
Huge.
there are so many women that have rape fantasies. Obviously, whenever it's mentioned, I'm sure there will be in the comments of this video people saying that it's not okay to have a rape fantasy.
Yeah. Well, it makes people feel uncomfortable, especially the idea of doing something against somebody's will. We are not promoting in any way, shape, or form any kind of behavior that is non-consensual. We believe that doing anything consensually, you could do anything you like consensually. Again, I don't want to use the example of the extremes of like using a knife, but if somebody's into being cut and another person's into cutting and it's both consensual, like that is okay. It's just be really hot. But if someone spanked me, I'd really probably not be okay with the pain.
Yeah.
Spanking that are into being dominated. And if
you always need to feel safe with this person.
So many girls I know that are into being dominated, and if not, again, these rape fantasies, because rape is such a scary word and it does frighten people, of course, because actual rape is horrific. It is
scary.
It shouldn't ever happen to anybody, anything non-consensual.
I feel like people are turned on by things that are like scary though.
Yeah,
or like
risky.
bad.
Yeah, like I'm into fucking every villain in every film.
Exactly. So like the worse it is, really, the more of a turn on it is.
Yeah,
well,
risky,
really, but
it's hard to talk to people about it as well. If you were to approach your
God,
partner and
say,
be like,
could you pretend to rape me?
yeah,
please?
lots and lots of people would be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but it's kind of like the hitting thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's like really hard for guys because they're like, wait, I've been taught my whole life not to hit girls.
Yeah,
and you want me to hit you?
it's the same with if a guy was asking a girl to do it.
Yeah,
if a guy was saying, please hit.
Uh-oh, did the video stop?
Oh no, you want me to play more?
No. I just want to touch on a point from for Big Exclusive. A while ago, Big Exclusive, you asked, do women ever correct other women or anything? Like I said, the sisterhood. You said as the conversation went on, they were just amping each other up, and it was getting more and more degenerate, and the rest of them were following. Well, that's what I said. Women take their social cues from other women, and they don't want to be alienated from the pack because they're safety in numbers. There you go. That was proof of it right there.
Right. Yep. A Big Exclusive. Yes, she was a good cook. And here's the funny thing. For a few weeks after she cooked that meal, she complained that I forced her and how unfair it was. And maybe, I don't know, a month and a half after that incident, she cooked religiously. She cooked dinner for me every Sunday, until I didn't want her to cook dinner for me anymore. She wanted to get married. So,
there you go. Hey, perfect example. Like I said, you were willing to take the risk. You knew what you had to do. All men know that they have to do this, but you were willing to take the risk, and you did it, and you got the results that you desired. Not all men are willing to take this risk, and I don't fault them for not doing that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. So with Chris, what I'm getting at, there's a way to get that across without having third parties enter the picture. There's a way to do that. And that's what I'm getting at. That's the thing that men need to learn to do. That's why I I sort of tongue in cheek, I said, so I must be the exception. I know I'm not, but I know that I do things.
No, you're not the exception. You're not the exception. But what I'm saying is bitches are like Commissioner Gordon from Batman. At any point in time, they can flash up that bat signal and call in a simp.
I don't like in my see, but this is okay. Maybe this is the way to put it.
And there are factors. There are certain factors that prevent them from doing it. Number one, if they're extremely attracted to a guy, they at work, right? You take some, fat ugly guy they're not attracted to, and some guy that is, the top 10% of men. That guy, the fat ugly guy, he can say something like, "Oh, Susan, that's a nice shirt you're wearing today." What? Sexual harassment.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
Attracted to, he could say, "Hey, Susan, them titties looking real good in that shirt today." Oh, you so crazy, and nothing happens to him. So a lot of it is dependent. The reaction you get from it is dependent upon external circumstances. So it's not always clear cut and dry how how what's going to dictate the way things go when you exert your dominance over them.
Okay, so
if you're in that top 10% of men, or if they perceive you as the highest level of man that they're able to get, then things are going to go well for you. But if you're not, if they think you're an average man and the next one of you is right outside the door waiting on her, then you're not going to achieve the same result that other guy just got.
So here's so this is my mindset, Chris. Where my house, so I invite this woman into my life. I invited her into my life. This is my life, my world. And if you don't want the invitation, that's cool. You can walk. And when you are in, I don't care if we're in my house or your house, I'm going to be very firm about boundaries I put up. And if you don't like it and I'm in your place, then ask me to leave. Ask me to leave. And if you're in my place, you can leave and never come back. And if you think you can find a better deal, go get it. But in my place, this is how I operate. You don't have to deal with me. That's what I'm getting at. Like, men are not establishing that kind of relationship. It's like I don't know. Let's take what the woman said. If the dude is doing porn and he's thinking about what he wants to eat tonight. So if we take a guy like Usain Bolt, who's broken records in sprints, if he gets into those starting blocks and he's thinking about what he wants to have for dinner tonight, he's going to lose that race. He's going to lose it. So and that's,
I agree. That's why I said you.
No. Listen to. I want to make sure everyone gets this. That's relevant because in my house, in my world, I know what the target is, the bullseye, and I'm not thinking about what some other man could do, because if I'm thinking about what some other dude might think about my behavior, then I'm like Usain Bolt thinking about dinner, and I took my eye off the target. And that's what I'm getting at. So you don't have to beat a woman. You don't have to yell at her. You can, yes, you might have to raise your voice. And if she doesn't like it, then she can leave. Or if it's on the phone, hang up. I've had women hang up on me because you can't talk to me like that. And I'm like, why the fuck can't I talk to you? You don't tell a man what to do with his voice. And she says, I don't want to talk to you anymore. That's fine. Just let her go.
Yeah, I agree.
Like
I agree. You set the boundary.
Right, exactly. So what's this link you guys are talking? And big exclusive. I see.
No, I'm talking about the link StreamYard.
Oh, he wants to come in. Okay. I'll drop it.
Yeah, he's always late. He's over there giving the queen cunnilingus.
Yeah, he's dominating the queen in the damn closet I was talking about. And he's writing that she would never do that. He's the one dominating her. Talking about I got a myth twist for you. I got a twist and it's no myth. So he says a good thing. If a woman has less than genuine desire for you, you're not getting her best, and it'll usually be how you get all these issues.
Yeah, that's true. That alludes to what I said. You know, we know that they desire the top. Let's just say 20%, top 20% of men. But sometimes, you know, the top 20% of men are very limited, and they know they have options, so those guys aren't going to lock down. So what they end up doing is, you know, they'll get a lower one of the guys for the lower 80%, and even though they fall in that same bracket as the guy in the lower 80%, they won't respect him because they know that there's a ton of other guys in the lower 80% that they can get also.
Yeah,
they're jockeying for their position.
Well, this woman who
that's what I'm saying is so you trying to although we know they want dominance, the guy in the lower 80%, they're going to be less apprehensive about him dominating them than they will, you know, the other guy.
And see, this is what that's talk about a myth. That's the myth men need to get away from. Because no matter how
they want them top tier too.
No matter how you slice it, the fact that you're a man never changes. That never goes away. And men, either they're not being taught or they've been told, like toxic masculinity, or to get into their feminine side, they're not understanding how to leverage their own masculinity. And this is a problem because they don't even know that they can do that. I mean, listen to those two girls who are British and saying that that's what they want, masculine energy. I mean, this woman I had go in the kitchen and cook, we had a conversation about whether or not she found me attractive. And she said, I wasn't that attractive to her. She's had better. So she could have walked. She'd been out with guys with more money than me. So she could have left. And I'm telling you with zero exaggeration, shortly thereafter, that whole get in the kitchen and cook, in the middle of sex, she would be saying, "Can you please put a ring on it? Can you put a ring on it?" Well, she asked me over and over, in and out of bed. So she was, if she's dated better looking guys and guys with more money,
gave that bitch a lifesaver.
That's no. Do you get my point though? So she from her assessment,
I do.
She's had better, so she could walk and get better. And I'll tell the woman, then go. Like, why are you here then? You can find a better deal. Go. And Cowboy Monk, I've had women sort of whine and say, so we always have to do things your way, and I say, it's not about doing things my way. We're doing things that are going to be in the best interest of both of us. And if your way is not in our best interest, we're never doing it. Period. And they will say, oh, so it's your way or the highway. I'm doing what's best. And based on what you're saying, that's not what's best for us. So it could occur, it could appear to a woman that I'm saying my way or the highway, but the way I express it is, you know, I heard what you said, and that doesn't work for anyone, like no one, and we're not taking that direction. What's going on, Myth Twist? Happy New Year, man. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Ted? Happy New Year.
Thank you. Do you have the queen tied up somewhere so you can talk?
To be honest, Ted, this speak is treasonous, and I'm gonna have to report this because
I thought I heard her in the background saying, "You're not done with me."
You can't speak of her highness that way. No, I'm joking. No, she's
her leg behind her head.
I don't even know if the queen's that flexible.
Somehow it's good for you.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. Yeah, I mean, yeah. To be honest, I literally, as soon as I came on the stream, the first thing I heard was just these girls talking, and I was like, God save us all. So like, I mean, it's not really that shocking, but I just wasn't. I don't know. I wasn't ready to. When I literally just clicked and I just heard. I was like, oh, there's some English chicks up there doing what they do. There you go. I was like, I'm glad though that you see videos like that, because sometimes when I've had conversations with guys like over in the States, sometimes they think like it's all sweet over here, or like, oh well, you know, in the UK you don't really have these issues, man. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what do you think this is? Like, I don't know why sometimes people think we're still in like the 1800s and Queen Victoria's ruling us, and fucking we've got horse and carriage, and like, I don't know why. I don't know, but it's not. It's just not like that. Like, it's important for people to know how far this stuff goes, because the fact of the matter is that this is where you gotta wonder, like, if certain things is nature or nurture. Because I saw in a video, and I think like the big exclusive, I think it was the big exclusive who said it, how conflicted they are, because they're sitting there and like, it's like they're trying to justify on camera, like, because they've made the topic like as if they're gonna tell you, like, can you be, like they have a definitive answer, but it was more like they were trying to figure it out as they went along, you know. And bear in mind that video is edited. It was very edited, a lot of jump cuts, so you can only imagine how much shit they cut out.
Well, so let me tell you what the statistics are in the United States. 62% of women have fantasies about being raped.
I'm surprised they admit it. Like, why are they even admitting it?
Well, that's really what we're talking about now is, and so I don't know how much of those two women you heard. One of them said, what I'm really turned on about is masculine energy. And so what I'm getting at is that, and so let me just say this. We also questioned what would those statistics look like if they went to Latin America or the Middle East. Do those women have a fantasy for date rape? And that's relevant because if women in the States are not getting the masculinity that they want from men, it comes out in another way. And so if they can't get it in everyday life, then give it to me sexually and rape me. And I've spoken to women, like, personally. Like, when I first heard this, it was difficult for me to comprehend, why would a woman want that? And they all said, I want to feel the power and essence of a man. I want to feel him overpower me. And so men have become feminist and allowed women to overpower them. And so for women to get what they want from a man, which is his power and manhood, masculinity, they're asking for it in rape.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's how I've always perceived it. I've never really seen it as they literally want that, because I don't think that's really. I mean, they'd have to be truly, like, I don't think most of them want that, like, for real. I think it's just that it comes out, like you said, that way because they basically just know instinctually they want masculinity. Because the thing is that, like, anytime, and like you said, the girls said in the video that they'd like a guy to be masculine. There's no way, like, because you gotta think, even just having regular sex with women in a way that they would really enjoy or think is like worth anything isn't just, you know, regular. Even with that, you can't really do that properly if you're not masculine enough. I mean, like, if you're just like some proper baited, or I don't want to call it that necessarily, but, you know, just you're some, if you're saying that, like they said, I heard them say something about guys, like they'll want the guy to hit them and the guy will be thinking like, oh, I don't know, like, see, that type of shit is where, you know, like when you're first new to it, I remember that's how I kind of was, like, I wasn't really sure, you know what I mean? But it was different because me and the girl were both virgins, so we didn't really know what we was doing. But like at this point, when you're dealing with these girls who've been out here and experienced and they've done all kinds of stuff, it's just like smacking her or something really probably isn't that much compared to what type of shit's going through her head or what she's already done. But a lot of guys don't get that. And a lot of guys, they're still afraid of doing anything that might, you know, offend her or upset her, but they don't understand that that's basically what's needed. Like, it's not even really a want at this point. For a lot of these women, they need that because they ain't getting it. Even if they're in a marriage or they're with a boyfriend or whatever, a lot of times this is why they'll go off and cheat or whatever, because they just want to feel like there's that type of, you know, thing going on. Also, I have heard with the fantasy thing a lot of times that they prefer the idea of it being a stranger,
right?
Which
right.
is another odd thing, but
So so the point of asking, well, I wonder if women in Latin America or the Middle East have these fantasies, because if their men are exerting masculinity on a day-to-day basis, they're getting that masculine need fulfilled. So they may not have a desire to be raped because they're getting the masculinity. And so the women in, let's say, the US or Great Britain, they need to be raped because they're not getting it on a daily basis. They still want the same thing.
well, I hope no one makes that into a soundbite.
Disclaimer: I'm not advising a man to rape a woman. I'm not.
But but now they starting to see what a lot of these dudes went through that couldn't get raped.
I didn't understand. Whoa. I didn't understand all the words you said. That these two, I missed a word. Say that again.
For me,
Kendrick, I didn't. I need you to repeat it, because if I missed the word, I don't understand what you're saying.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was saying it's touche. Now these to the dudes that didn't get laid yet. Now they trying to see what those dudes dealing with. Cause now here they, like you talking about, now you got some of these women talking about rape fantasies, but then you got a portion of dudes out here talking about, we ain't gonna take it. Now you see the whole paradigm we living in now.
Yes, I understand. What I'm getting at, Kendrick, is no matter how you slice it, women's biology will be looking for masculinity. And so
yeah, that's true.
If they can't get it, and so we live in a society where men are afraid to exert masculinity in their manhood, then they want it in an extreme way through being raped.
I'm not gonna lie, I definitely think that here in the UK specifically, I think we've got less guys that are masculine than in the US, for sure. I mean, I know there's less of us anyway, but like, I would say percentage wise, I don't know. I guess I can't really quantify that, but I don't think we have a lot here, man, because I remember I used to have this job where I would deal with a lot of customers, like where they'd come to a venue I'd work at. And I mean, the type of job it was, because it was with virtual reality, it did attract people who might be nerds, but it attracted a lot of regular people and a lot of professionals. And also, because it was pricey, it attracted a lot of celebrities even, and just people who had like some fucking money. You couldn't really come there if you were broke. So it was like, you saw a lot of, and the reason I think that's important is because I remember one of my friends who used to work with me, I'd always point out to him, like, see, here's these guys, they clearly got some money, you know, they're clearly doing well for themselves. You know, they'd have their girlfriend or whatever. But so many times, the dynamics you see, and we saw thousands of customers, like so many different people from here, people from France, whatever. And very rarely did I ever see a dynamic between a man and a woman that was like correct. Almost every single time, there was something going on where I could tell the woman didn't really like this guy, or he was acting weak. And one of the things that was interesting, because it was we had these virtual reality games that the customers played, right? Basically, one of the games would be like kind of horror. So this was this was always very interesting, because you'd get to see how people acted, because it's in virtual reality, they'd feel like it was real life. So you'd see how people would react having to play like this horror game in a virtual world, where it's kind of hard to distinguish between the fact that it's not like when it's on a screen and you're watching it, you feel you're actually in the game. So when they were playing, there were times when you would see the guy and the woman's afraid naturally, because usually they're going to get scared, and the guy can't do anything because he's fucking scared, you know. And and it was really interesting watching the difference between when people start the game and when they finish, because so often you'd see, you know, the couple would come in like, yeah, we're gonna have a fun day, blah blah, and by the end you could see, not always, but a lot of times, more than you'd think, you'd see the women kind of almost like, I don't know if I'd say disapproving but like the energy towards the guy was different. It was kind of, because it's like as if they've seen how he acts when he's under threat, and it wasn't a good look. I just thought it was very interesting, like, because it's not something a lot of people might see, and I saw it. I used to see it on like an almost daily basis, a lot of different types of people, and it's very interesting. It's like you got to see their true nature come out, and I just thought it was just very, like, to do with how, like, the masculinity thing really is why I'm bringing it up. Like, to just say that in a lot of situations, because in the modern day, we don't have to necessarily deal with things like that, like real threats to where people have to be tested to see. It's easy for a guy like to hide behind, oh, I've got this money, or I've got this fucking car, or whatever, to try and think you're masculine. But when it comes down to it, in a fucking virtual reality game, you're a pussy. You can't even fucking handle some shit like that, and I can get being shook maybe the first time with, but I'm talking dudes who literally couldn't move, like they couldn't do anything. But then there were times where you would sometimes see a guy who took charge, who made sure the whole group was, looked after. Like, sometimes you got that as well, and you would always see the difference between that guy and the woman with him, and the ones that didn't have that. So I just thought that I would just bring that up just to show how, in an odd way, how masculinity plays into things.
No, excellent point. And that's out of bed. That's non-sexual, and a lot of women will be turned on by that guy who took charge and handled himself. Like, there was a level of competence, and you could say that's a lot of what women look for. Are you competent? Are you a coward? That's before you get to the bedroom. And this is the thing that men need to understand. So your example is really, really good. Thank you.
Yeah, I think sometimes there's I've never known how to phrase it exactly, but I've always said that I think that most women today, they like to be, like in the West anyway, they like to be sexually dominated in almost most circumstances. But I think socially, outside of that, that's where they're a bit confused. Because there's not really confusion in sex. Like, I don't think you really have it where with a woman, you're having confusion about who should dominate who. It's like everyone, it's like you just know, like, it's not really a conversation. You just know what you shouldn't, like, what should happen. But when it's outside of that context, I think this is where people start to not know. And that's really where, for most guys, the issues is going to come from, I think. I mean, it can come from both, but like, you could dominate a girl in the bedroom sexually, but if outside of that you're like weak or indecisive, then it's not really gonna, it's not really gonna matter. Like, it's just gonna be like, okay, yeah, you're able to do it there, but that's it. You can't do it anywhere else. And I feel like it's important to just be that type of person, regardless.
That's been my whole point tonight. Like, so this is what women, this idea of a rape fantasy is yes, they want sexual intimacy with a man who's physically strong and dominant. Yes, they want that. They want it more than just the bedroom. And the fact that they're not getting it, it's their desire for it is coming out in another way, and they're asking for it in an extreme way. Rape me, and a stranger raped me. So they just need it on a day-to-day, moment by moment. And if men understand that it's not that women are stupid. The way their brain works, they will create problems when there are none. And unless someone trained them, whether it was their father or they work in a company that provided, that had the kind of male guidance. I mean, hell, in here in the U.S., women who want to move up the corporate ladder, the overwhelming majority of time, they need a male mentor. And that's why the Me Too movement has hurt women, because a lot of guys are like, hey, I don't want to mentor any women. I don't want charges coming back to me later. So women have screwed themselves. So women are looking for guidance, leadership, the ability to resolve conflict and logic. They're looking for it. The problem is And so I'm responding to what you said, is that they can accept that in the bedroom. Outside of the bedroom, they've been told that they're weak if they allow for masculinity to provide any guidance or dominance over them. And that's being feminine, is being weak, and it's stupid and blah. So now they have to pretend they don't want the very thing that they want. And so we now are seeing it come up in a desire to be raped. And this is the thing that men need to really get their heads around, is that women are asking for it. They just don't know how. Or they're being condemned for asking for it.
I say let them get what they asking for, Ted, cause they put you in a whole lot of legal hot water fooling around with these type of mindsets.
But they're not asking for anything.
That's what I say.
They're not asking for anything.
For the ones who are asking for rape, give them.
See, if you hear what Myth Twist was saying about the virtual reality game, it had nothing to do with sex. The way the women responded to men who handled themselves well, like they knew how to govern themselves. They could resolve conflict in a virtual reality game. And the guys who couldn't, the women may have looked down on them. This is what women are asking for. They just either they don't know how, or they've been told that it's wrong to ask for that.
I mean, the thing is as well, I remember I'd always look at those couples where the guy was less masculine, and just going to be honest, sometimes you would see the girl was quite attractive. So, you know, I would think, like, because I was even younger back then, I was maybe a few years ago, so I was about 20. And I remember thinking, like, what is, like, I understood a lot of things, but I was just thinking, like, what, you're telling me this chick couldn't find any dude that had a bit more balls? Like, seriously? You know what I mean? Like, just, like, because I'm not joking, some of these guys were really soggy, man. Like, I mean, just like if the wind just blew on them, they'd probably, you know, like, just freak out. Like, some of these guys were really soft, and I just didn't understand. I'm not saying they have to be the hardest guys around, you know what I mean? But it's just like, I don't understand how you have I just don't get it. I don't get how you can even have a girlfriend and you don't have, like, the ability to lead in some way. Like, because I'm just trying to understand how that works. Like, how do you, I was actually even saying to one of my friends, like, a couple months ago, and now I've started asking people this question, because I'd never thought about this before. But there was one day, me and my friend were out, and we was just seeing these different people going to, like, bars and clubs and stuff. And I said to him, I was like, you know, I wonder how guys who are, like, beta, how did they even get laid? Like, how does it happen? Like, how do you even get to have sex? Because if you as a guy aren't willing to lead, like, I've been out on dates with girls, and there's been times where I've not really led anything, and things don't tend to happen. So I'm thinking, like, if you're the type of guy where you're afraid to lead a woman, how the heck do you ever get anything at any point? Because especially now, like, women are a lot more cutthroat with it. Like, if you don't seem like you're gonna do something or make a move, they're just gonna ghost you. Like, and I don't understand how guys are, like, out here and they don't do none of that. But maybe that's why a lot of guys aren't getting anything, because they won't lead at all. But, you know, my friend just said to me, a lot of the time, you know, it's just because they're drunk or whatever, which is true. I think that that's actually how a lot of guys, if not maybe most guys, are having sexual experiences with women. Is like, it's not even sober. A lot of times it's like through being drunk or something, and then they get that liquid courage, you know, to approach or something like that. But they themselves cannot ever lead any situation soberly. Like, they have to be juiced up. They can't do it themselves. And so in most relationships, you're going to have it where the woman's just running over the guy, because someone has to lead. And if the guy won't do it, the woman's going to just step up and do it herself. But what I just couldn't understand is why those women wouldn't just find a guy who was like that. But that just goes to show it must be that difficult. But I also think that they maybe come across guys like that, but they feel, like you said, like, the issue is that they think, well, as much as I like this guy and I'll have sex with him and all the rest of it, I can't be in a relationship with him because he won't do what I say. but it's like you don't. It's just it's confusing because what they're doing is confusing, and that's why they're confused, because it's like they obviously want those things, but because of the social conditioning, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't think it's just social conditioning. I think it's part of their desire as a human. I think on some level they want power anyway. Like I feel like it's like a weird thing. It's like they can't help their own nature. But I think if women could switch that off, I think they would. If they could just completely not give a fuck about a guy being dominant, I think they'd switch it off. I think the problem is they can't, so they got to accept it. But if they knew that they could get rid of that, then I think they would. Like, I don't think there's something where they necessarily want to be, like, they love the idea that we can dominate them in the sense, like, because I think a lot of them really do want a feminist ideal. It's just that naturally they can't achieve it. So, they got to just deal with the fact that they're going to have to be dominated. Like, that's just how it is.
Look, if women truly wanted feminism, here's what they would have done. They would have packed up and built their own civilization. They do not want that.
But I don't think they want that version of feminism. I think they want feminism where they control men and men told, like, okay, so like there's a type of guy I've seen before with women. Like, there's these guys who are very masculine and dominant, right? But they're very laid back and quiet, and they don't really take charge in a lot of ways. They're like a useful idiot or like a bodyguard, or like I've seen guys like this. Like they're not the type of guys where they don't stand up for themselves or they wouldn't defend their woman. So they'll definitely do those things, but they're also not, like, I don't know how to explain, but they're not like what you'd think of as red pilled, I guess. Like they're not really gonna understand female nature or any of that shit, or whatever you want to call it. Like, they're not gonna think of any of those types of things. And I find it odd, like, because I'm not really sure how you categorize that type of guy, but I've seen those types of people, and I feel like a lot of women kind of want something like that. But then the problem is that guy doesn't necessarily engage them intellectually, and that's a problem for some of them as well. So, I mean, I don't think they're always going to want more. They always want to have like the perfect thing, but I'm just saying, I feel like a lot of them kind of want something more akin to that. Like, they want something more like where the guy can do things guys do, so they don't have to do it, but they don't want to have to deal with allowing him to have authority because he can do those things. I feel like they want to be able to sit there and dictate. That's why they love the idea of being a queen or something. A queen doesn't have to do all the things that her servants and subjects do. She can sit on the throne and dictate things and say, oh, I want this, I want that. Obviously, it's not quite as simple as that, but that's why I'm saying in their head, that's how they imagine it. They just imagine they could just sit there and say, go and make me a house. Because when you're saying they should go to do their own island, see, what they'd rather is, no, you go over to the island and build a society for me, and then I'll come over there and rule it. You know what I mean? That's how they'd rather make men do stuff for them, and then they can just sit back and dictate it. But the problem is, biologically, they're not wired to want guys who are willing to just do whatever they want. They want guys who are going to tell them, no, it's going this way. So that's why I think they're conflicted, because I just don't know where the part comes from where I think it is society. I think it is feminism. Because like you said, in other countries, women probably aren't really thinking like that. And to be honest, they tend to naturally be okay more with the idea of guys taking charge. In fact, they expect it. So.
Right. And if you're not taking charge, then that guy is looked down on. He's less desirable in their society. I had a woman come on the show, and she's not a little girl. She stands 6'1", and she told me, I interviewed her because she does like OnlyFans. You know what that is, right?
No, I definitely don't.
Okay. OnlyFans.
I'm joking, I do know.
Okay. Oh, right. You have a membership, right? I forgot. You have membership to like 10 different women. So anyway,
all the free ones.
Free ones. So what she said was two things. She did date a guy who was very much a leader. She called him alpha, very domineering. And she said on one hand, she didn't like it because she couldn't control him. on the other hand, he set boundaries and she responded to them. And she said she had never had anyone do that. This woman was 20, she's 27 years old. And she said the thing that made her walk away from the guys because, and this is her fear of an alpha, is that they have too many options when it comes to women. So he had another woman and she didn't like that, right? So what her solution was to just marry a beta male who pays all the bills, and she will lead that beta male, and he will follow her. And at the same time, she said, I will resent him. Sort of when you were talking about the virtual reality game, like almost like those women resented their men afterwards if they were cowards. So this woman said, I will resent him for being beta. I will see how he engages the public. I know he has no balls, and I will actually hate him for it. She said, she said, there's only two men I respect in my life, my father and this guy I used to date who set all these boundaries for me that initially I didn't like it, except I knew it was the best thing. What her, I think, biggest fear is that guy has too many options when it comes to women. So that's her fear. And I wonder if that's the fear of a lot of women, that if you can't control the guy, there are many other women who will want him and you can't control him. So the beta guy is a safer, like they're looking for some guarantee that the guy won't leave me. Yet she's going to resent him.
Yeah, it's definitely a big contradiction, because there's that whole thing of like, because the worst thing you can do is make a woman feel too secure, because that's where you're going to get a lot of the problems. Like that's why, like you say, it should always be that they feel like they're walking on eggshells no matter what. You know, like practically, basically for the rest of her life, she should feel like that.
No question.
You know what I mean?
No question. What's up, Common Man? Sorry, let me just hear it. Common Man, Happy New Year, man. Thanks for jumping in. I see. We're just talking about, do most women want rape fantasy? And ultimately what we're talking about is, yes, there are women who want have a fantasy to be raped, but really ultimately they're looking for power and masculine dominance from a man. And they're in conflict with themselves because society is telling them they shouldn't like that, yet their biology is telling them they do want it. And we're looking at other countries where men are more, where you have a natural ecosystem of male-female relationships, and women accept the dominance of men. And you know, those women may not have rape fantasies because they get the manhood and masculinity of their men on a daily basis across the board. And for the women who don't get that, well, they've got resentment, and their desire for it didn't go anywhere, so they want to get raped now so they can get the thing that they've been after. Yep, and Nelly Nell, right. The beta guy won't leave, but she'll cheat on him or break up for another guy that's masculine or alpha. Yeah, and that happens a lot.
The breakup is the dumbest thing they could do, in my opinion. I feel like if they, from their perspective, like if they really want to feel secure and all the rest of it, they should basically try and play both fields. I mean, obviously, like I don't necessarily want to be, I don't want to be a woman who's doing that, but I'm just saying from their side of things, like it doesn't really make sense to be with a guy who's beta, who's clearly taking, because, and if I'm going to be honest with you, there's so many guys to this, like at this point, that's so lacking in self-worth that honestly, I feel like some dudes, if they knew the girl was doing whatever, they wouldn't even care, or at the very least, they wouldn't leave because of it. They might get upset, but they'll stay there, like, you know, which is a shame. But there's a lot of guys that are just that weak now, and I think like for a woman, that's probably the closest she could get to having what she wants, is to just basically be like, okay, I've got this guy who will just stay with me no matter what. I don't really respect him, but it's okay because I've got this other guy on the side who I do respect and who gives me what I need. Because I think it's very difficult for them to get what they want in one guy. Because like even when exactly what you just said about that woman, security thing and having other women. Like I remember in my past relationships, I think that's always been the biggest point of contention, is the feeling that you can't really control me, because you know I can always just walk away and replace you. So it's like, and with most guys, women don't feel like that. They feel like I'm the one who can replace him. He can't replace me. I'm the best he's gonna get. So when they don't have that feeling, it's very different. It changes the power dynamic, because they know the most power they have is sexually. So if they can't dominate you through that avenue, there's not really anything they can do. And I think that frustrates them.
That's right, on the money. So once a man puts pussy on a pedestal, he's been dominated. It's over. And you can play tough and you shoot up everyone. You walk into a club with an Uzi and shoot everyone. But you put that woman on a pedestal because you want sex with her. You lost. You've been dominated.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot of tough guys, like tough betas. Well, I don't know what you'd call them, but that's how I think of them. Like they have that level of like, I'll beat up other guys and all the rest of it. But then when it comes to a woman, it's like, oh, I'll simp and I'll do whatever. Like, it's very odd.
Yep.
Because they're very dominant when it comes to guys. They can speak to guys any type of way, but with women, it's like they'll literally become a puppy dog.
Yep. So, and women look for that. In one of the, and I read an article, I think it's Psychology Today, and they said in one of the rape fantasies women have is that she meets a guy who's a beast. He forces her to have sex with her, and then she eventually calms the savage beast and marries him and has kids, and he's a calm guy now. So she got the beast who's forceful and masculine, except she trained, broke him in, trained him. There's another word I was looking for. Not trained, but not broken in.
Tame.
Tame. That's the word, right? Because some woman asked me that years ago. She said, "No woman has tamed you yet." And I was like, I didn't know I was supposed to be tamed. Like in my mind, I'm thinking, what is she talking about? So, So anyway, So that is right. She tamed the savage beast. Beauty. That's the whole story of Beauty and the Beast. To have the savage beast and tame him.
Yeah, I think that was one of the earliest things I ever heard from women that kind of got me understanding this type of stuff, because I remember when I was in school and I would hear girls say why they would like date guys who were bad boys or assholes, and they'd say, "Oh, I just feel like I can change him," and I was just thinking, what the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. Or why would you want to waste your time doing that? If you're trying to change him, why don't you just go for the guy who's already like what you want? Like, why is it? What's the point in going through that? But that's a big part of their ego is in that. It's that whole thing about it's about the journey, not the destination. Because the thing is oftentimes women who've been able to successfully tame a guy like that, they don't like him anymore, or they lose massive attraction for him. Because that's not what she wanted. She wanted the guy to. It's like a shit test, but in a big shit test. Like, it's like the whole thing is just testing, like, can you maintain your masculine frame no matter how much I try and chip away at it? Can you maintain it? You know what I mean? Like, and a lot of guys, if they start getting good sex, and women will do all those things, they'll give you all the things you want sexually. They might even give you gifts and stuff, like all these things, like to see like, oh, are you gonna break, But the thing that's messed up, I guess, in the West is that with a lot of women, one way or another, they're going to try and find a way to leave the situation. Like what you said with that woman, like if they can't tame you, then they'll be like, fine, I'll leave and get a guy who is already like that. Or they'll tame you and then they'll also still want to leave because they don't have attraction. You see, like in those other countries, it's a lot more, I guess you could say, healthy, because the women want those things and they genuinely want them. It's like they're going to stay with that situation because that's what they want from the offset. They're not really even trying to tame you. They just think that's how it should be.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Right. It's a natural ecosystem. Right. And they don't try to disturb it. So you know what a Walkman is, right?
When like the radio thing?
Yeah, they used to put cassette tapes in it and listen to it on headphones.
Oh, yeah.
That was before the iPod.
Yeah.
Okay. So when Walkman first brought that out, very successful, and they sold it in, just like Henry Ford's car, they sold it in one color, black. That's the color you can get a Walkman in. So they decided to make another color. They made it yellow. And they wanted to see if it was would be embraced by the public. So they brought in a focus group, brought in all these people, and they asked them all these questions. And one of the questions was, hey, black or yellow, which one do you think people are going to want? A black Walkman or a yellow one? And most people said, oh man, they will want the yellow one. Yeah, that's what that's pretty. Everyone's going to want that. Great. Asked some more questions, and then they said, okay, we want to thank you for your time. We're going to pay you for your information or participation. And on your way out, we're going to give you a free Walkman. The table, or both, there are two tables at the exit. On the right is the black Walkman. On the left is the yellow one. You only get one. You can take one. What color do you think they took?
Black.
Yep. And they all said most people are going to want to buy the yellow one. And it was when it was given free, they didn't take the yellow one. They took the black one. Do you understand why I put that story on the table now?
I guess to show people's actions is different to what they say.
So women will say, yes, we want to beta male. Yes, we want to control men. But that's like saying, yes, the yellow Walkman. But when it comes down to it, what they really want is the black one. They want a man they can never, ever, ever, ever dominate.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't think there's. I would just say there's no real benefit at all anyway to not being like that. So, like, I mean, if a guy is thinking like, oh well, am I being too masculine or too dominant or blah blah, like. The way I see it is, it's better to be more extreme in that direction than the other direction, So, like, if you're gonna be over the top, it's better to be over the top masculine than over the top effeminate. You know what I mean?
And listen, and I've had women say, "You're really too hard on me sometimes. Like sometimes you have to give me a break. I understand. You can't expect me to know everything. You're just really hard." And after some time, they get used to it. They're like, oh, you were not as hard on me as I thought you would be for that. Or I remember handling one of my relatives for something. And the woman who was living with me said, oh, you were nice to him. You're much more harsh on me than you are, with the way you handled him. So, some guys will say, oh, she's just going along with you. But if you establish those kinds of boundaries consistently, day in and day out, this is my home. This is, I invited you into my life. These are the boundaries and the rules of engagement. If you don't like it, you can leave. So it's sort of like you were saying, right? So you're being the affectionate asshole. These are the boundaries. I'm being harsh. You step out of line, I correct you immediately. And they may say this is harsh. And they may say you make me feel like I'm walking on eggshells. Except there's got to be some level of care, right? Hey, look, I'm doing this like your parents. I'm doing this for your best interest, right? I'm going to give you a spanking so that you don't do bad things and hurt your life. Women will get that. And maybe men are afraid that women will disapprove of that or may withhold sex. And men have been misinformed about that when they believe that will happen.
But the thing is, it shouldn't matter even if it does happen. That's the thing.
Then let her walk. Let her go.
Yeah, just like that's the thing. You have to, that you can't be at. You have to just be at a point where you don't like because for me, anything less than that is I don't want it. Like if I can't have that type of dynamic, I don't want it then. Like I don't. You know, I've had it where I've been on dates with girls and I can tell that they're not gonna function the way that I want or need them to. And I'll just cut it short. And some of my friends, one of my friends in particular, he can't get his head around that. Because to him, he thinks, but you could have slept with her. Why would you? You know, like he just, to him, it's just like, if he can sleep with a chick, he'll just do what he's got to do to get to that point. You know, and I've tried to tell him enough times, like, look, you can't, like you can do that, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, even if it works, even if you do get what you want, ultimately, the dynamic and situation you're ending up in is going to be a lot more like, it's not going to be something, firstly, it's not going to be something that you have much control over. So more than likely, that woman's going to be dictating certain things to you, which is generally what tends to happen. But also, you're not going to, because he'll look at certain situations I have and he's like, oh, I don't know how you have these goals, they'll just be around for years and da, 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 da. And it's like, because of how I've established a dynamic, it's a lot more polarizing. But that's the thing. It's like with anything. Like, even if you have a business or a brand, like if you're really polarizing as a character, yeah, you're gonna have a lot of people who might be like, I don't want to associate with that. But the people who do are gonna really associate with you. Like, they're gonna really be buying in. It's not gonna be some half in, half out type of thing, which is what I think a lot of guys are used to. Like, they're used to getting this kind of part-time cooperation from a woman, like where she's kind of there, but she's kind of not. Yeah, it's like you can't do part-time with a guy who has those boundaries. It's going to be all or nothing. And that extreme type of nature, to me, it's not even extreme. It's just how it is. But to a lot of people, like, because of what you're saying, they think it's extreme because the guys themselves buy into the feminism as well. And also because a lot of them are too thirsty. So even if they know logically what I'm saying makes sense, even if they can look at my situations and know that is better than what they're probably dealing with, they just do not have the strength to do it. You know what I mean? And I've just come to realize that's what separates. Like, I just think there's going to be a minority of dudes who are willing to do it. And I don't know, man. Like, I don't know what it takes for those guys who are just that reliant upon sex. Like, because that's really what it comes down to. They just want that. Yep. Like, I want the woman's submission more than I want the sex output. And I think they have, like, that's a rare way to view it. I think it's most guys, they just want the sex. You know what I mean? And because most of them can't, a lot of them can't get that the way they want it. So if they can get that, they feel like that's it, they're good.
Well, and what ends up happening is they end up on all fours taking it with a strap on. And then they say, well, at least I got the pussy, man. I got sex. It's like, dude, she banged you with the strap on. Well, you didn't get any sex from it, man. I'm not taking a strap on from her, man. From anyone. Man, you don't understand. You just too hard. You haven't had, dude, you're getting plugged, man. And so when too many men do that, then women will expect it. And so when they meet someone like you, you're laying down boundaries, they're like, oh, well, you're the only guy who ever says that. I don't know why you're talking to me this way. And Common Man said, when they withhold sex, you don't ask for it. And when they withhold sex, I tell them we're done. And see, I established that up front. I tell them before we even have sex, if you ever withhold sex, this relationship is over. Sex is the most intimate thing we can do together. And if you're willing to play with that, then I don't want you at all. And I did that with the woman. And man, I'm telling you, I really loved her body. And when I had to say go, she said, oh, no, I'm not, it's not like we're never going to have sex again. This is just temporary. I said, no, we're never having sex again. Like, why? I said, because I told you up front, if you withhold it, we're done. And you did it. So we're done. And you could see the like shock. There's no moves left on the chessboard for her. None. So I've said to guys, you do that so that the next guy has it easier. If every man did that, by the time she gets to me, she knows not to play that game. But if only 10 guys do it out of a million, she's going to play the numbers game. She'll be like, oh, you're one of those guys. There are 999,090 men who will do it, and you're just one of the 10. So, you know, if she's at a point in her life, she may want that. Like that woman I had on who's 6'1", she really does want a guy who's dominant and sets boundaries. What she wants is some kind of guarantee you won't cheat on me. That's what she's afraid of.
Do you think then? Do you think guys that are like that are masculine? Do you think it's worth selling a sort of dream to a woman then? Like, you don't have to necessarily.
I missed the word. Do you think it's worth what?
Selling like a dream to them, or like a fantasy to them. Like for example, like if they say, let's say the guy's not really interested in marrying or getting married anytime soon, or maybe ever, but you know that a woman doesn't want to hear that. Now she could be really into you and doing everything you want, but just that thing might be a problem. So it's like, would it be better to just say to her, like, for example, if the question came up, she's like, oh, you know, or someone, because you know how other people are, other people usually bring it up, like, when are you gonna, you know, make an honest woman, blah, blah, blah. So when that happens, do you think it would be right for the guy to just lie and say, yeah, we're gonna do that? Or do you think it would be better to tell the truth? Or is there like some way you can kind of, I don't know, get around it?
So I've done both sides. You know, well, technically I never really sold a woman a lie, but I was ambiguous. So I'll say, sure, I want to marry the right woman, and if she's going to be a good partner and a good mother, that leaves them out there, right? And I've also told a woman, hey, look, I think the things that you want from a man, it's not that I can't, I'm just not going to give it to you. I'm just not doing it. So let's cancel our date, and you go find a guy who will give you the things you want. And so I'm being honest, telling her I'm not going to give it to her. And she says, well, I'm here, I'm in your life, and things are going to change. And I said, look, this is a bad idea. You're just going to end up with your feelings hurt. And so I canceled the date, and she decided that she was going to come to my house. And so she came, and, you know, we didn't have sex, but she was determined. And I told her, I said, look, this is a bad idea. I'm not going to give you what you want. She kept saying, well, I'm going to change you. So eventually we had sex, and at some point I just told her, look, this is never, ever, I told you up front that this is not going to happen. So you're going to have to be smart about this. And because she was asking me to put a ring on her finger. I was like, nah, I didn't say anything. It was like, because she was in the middle of sex asking me to put a ring on her finger. And even after sex. So it was like, no, it's not, you know. I said, you really just fucked up. There were other men. She told me there were 3 guys who proposed to her. You had your shot. So I'm not going to do it. So that, you know, she felt like I tricked her. It was like, no, I told you up front, I'm not giving you what you want. So that's the side of me being like brutally blunt and saying, I'm not giving it you what you want. And the other side is, yeah, I'll marry if it's the right woman. So that leaves a woman trying to qualify to be the right woman. So I didn't necessarily sell the dream, but I gave them hope.
Yeah, I need to try that side. I think I'm too honest. I'm too brutally honest. Like, because what you just described with the honest situation, that's exactly what I did with a girl like a couple months ago. Like I said to her, look, you need to go find a guy that is going to give you what you want, because it is not me. But it doesn't like, okay, she cried or whatever, but she's still here. You know what I mean? Like, it's like it's not working. I mean, obviously I could just stop, but like what you just said, then there's the whole thing of like, oh, they'll just come to your house. Like, it's funny, man, because I remember a period where I would always wonder how you got girls to behave like that, you know. And it's very funny how counterintuitive it is to what you're taught, because you think, at least I used to think, when, you know, that, oh, if I did more, then that's how you get that, like it's reciprocated. But no, it's like the less you do and the more you communicate that you're, you know, like you're not really interested, it's like the more they're going to chase after you and try to fulfill certain things. Right. But I think that the hope thing, though, I feel like that is better, because I think women, I think the women aren't that dumb. Like I feel like they can tell you're probably the kind of guy where they don't know. But I feel like that ambiguity, that gray area, it's kind of like with everything else with them. Like they kind of like I feel like they just like being in the conflict. You know what I mean? Despite the fact they say they want to secure and all that, I feel like for them, it's like a game of cat and mouse, and they like that game to go on. You know what I mean? But they've got to be able to rationalize to themselves and to others that it's not that. See, the problem with the honesty thing is that if you're being honest with her, you're probably honest with other people. And like, if like, for example, if her family were to ask you and you're like, yeah, no, I'm not going to marry her, I'm not going to lie, I can see how that might look bad, you know, from her perspective. Because if she's with you and if her family knows that she's doing all these things for you, bear in mind, if they're raised with a feminist mentality, they probably already question why she's doing all of that. Then on top of it, you're up there very confidently saying, yeah, I'm not going to marry your daughter or your niece or sister. I mean, I can see how that might look quite bad. And they might think, oh, well, you should probably not be with this guy because he clearly doesn't respect you. That's how they're going to view it. And so I feel like it probably is in the interest of, if you had wanted something longer term and you wasn't sure if you wasn't maybe going to marry, you don't know, I feel like it probably is better to just be ambiguous, because I've done the just harshly said no, and and it led to situations ending when I don't think they needed to. You know what I mean? So
right. So you just reminded me of a situation. So the first woman I lived with, you know, I told her, right woman, if she's a good partner, you know, good spouse and a good mother, I would marry her. And somewhere, I don't know, year one, I don't know where, at some point, we had serious conversations about how I would never marry. I could, as long as things are working, I can perpetually stay in this relationship, except marriage is not going to happen. So that might have been a bubble burst, right? So she's come from 2-parent household, middle class, Ivy League, went to law school. And so the natural progression was hers to get married. And she had only been with one guy before me. She was 25. So she expected to get married, like she expected to marry the other guy. So my cousin called me. I lived in DC at the time. My cousin called me from Jersey and said, hey man, I'm getting married in, you know, a month. I need you here. Cool. So I buy plane tickets for this woman and I to go to my cousin's wedding. And 1 week before the wedding, she looks at me and says, I'm not going. I said, well, I bought the tickets. She said, I'm not going. I'm like, well, why? And she's upset. Why not? She said, because when your family starts asking, when are you and I getting married? What am I going to say? Never. I don't want to be in that situation. I'm not going. And there's nothing you can do to get me to go. And she did not go. She did not go. So there was that ambiguity up front. And then at some point I said, I'm not going to marry. And like you were saying, if you tell the woman's family, look, I'm not going to marry her, she did not want to be in that situation. But and her parents, especially her mother, expected that we would get married also. Her parents or her mother, I wouldn't say her father didn't like me, but her mother definitely liked me. Thought I was good for her daughter. So a woman feeling like I'm with a guy and I know he's never going to marry me. How do I? It's what I was saying a little while ago. Some women have said to me, how do I explain to people I'm doing these things with you that I said I would never do for a man? I'm allowing myself to be in, dominated or whatever the situation is. And it's not like I was mistreating. She was never being mistreated. It was just, it went against what she was taught she's supposed to do with a man. So how do I explain? And so, the whole thing with marriage, how do I explain to my family, you're never going to marry me, yet I've been with you for years and I don't want to leave. Could create conflict, man. That could be a problem for some women, and some women may just embrace it and adapt it and keep being a good woman. Maybe that's I don't have an absolute answer, but maybe that's a way to keep her walking on eggshells, like we've never married, so this can be dissolved at any point. I like being with you, but if you screw up, then I don't have to be with you.
Yeah, I think that the access women have today to finding alternative people makes it where, like, I think the walking on eggshells thing is best anyway. Because here's the thing, even if I don't know, I need to see, like, I want to see more modern day, like I'm talking since social media and dating apps have come out. I want to see more examples of that dynamic lasting. The problem is we don't have it's not been long enough yet.
No, that's untrue. Yeah, we do. I'll tell you where it's happening. It's happening in the affluent class. They continue to marry and they have extremely low divorce rates.
Yeah, but I would expect that. Well, that's the thing. They're marrying, but I mean in the situation where you're not.
No, I'm saying they continue today. The marriage rates amongst the affluent have not dropped. The marriage rates for the mainstream USA have dropped to literally all-time lows. Never been this low. And the marriage rates for the affluent have been steady. And that's in the face of social media. That's the past 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. It has remained stable, and social media has not impacted that. I'll tell you what did impact the affluent. The free love of the 1970s. That caused marriage rates amongst the affluent to drop from 90, I think it was 97% down to 84%. That's what affected the affluent. People don't realize how open and sexual society was in the U.S. back in the late 60s and to the 70s.
Yeah, I mean, I get the marriage thing, but I mean, like, is a guy in the affluent class really going to tell a woman he's not marrying her? Because if he's from that himself, he's probably going to do that. So I mean, more like, I'm more interested. I mean, in like, if you're taking the ambiguous path, how likely that situation is to work? Because what I'm trying to say is that a woman doesn't have to deal with the ambiguity long term.
Oh,
because she can.
Okay, yeah, I get that. If that's what she really wants, I mean, I don't know. I lived with that woman 5 years, and it only ended because I left the country. And when I told her I was coming back, I'm gonna quote her, man. This is what she said. She said, because after I was gone for 6 months, man, I was gone. I left the country for 2.5 years. After 6 months, I told her, do not wait for me. I have no idea when I'm coming back. It may be never. And are you going to wait 10 years? Move on with your life. She was very upset and told me I couldn't tell her what to do. And she could wait if she wants. I said, yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. So she started seeing someone. And so when I said I was coming back, she said to me that you're a man and all men claim women like property. And she's a very feminine woman. She said, I know when you come back, it doesn't matter who I'm seeing, you're going to claim me just like men claim property. And we will continue on with our life. And I did not do that. I was planning to leave the country again. So she expected that we were going to pick up where we left off. And I didn't. So after 5 years of being together, me leaving the country for 2.5 years, she's still expecting, and that's the same woman who didn't want to go to the wedding because my family was going to ask when we're going to get married. So that's a long time.
Yeah.
But she wasn't a slutty woman.
Yeah, I think that definitely helps. I think that definitely helps, like, because then it means she's not going to be as likely, or she's going to be less willing to want to go and pursue different other options and stuff. Because some girls don't feel comfortable with that. I mean, a lot of them don't care, but some girls actually genuinely don't feel as comfortable with it, with the idea of just me, especially if they find someone that they like quite early. I think if it's later on, it might be too late, like, you know, and it might be too difficult for them to care. But when
Right.
it's earlier on, if it's like the first or second guy, or maybe third or whatever, like, I think they're a lot more likely to want to hang on and try to stay there. You know what I mean?
Right.
And to not make it to make the situation work, you know.
Because she doesn't want to have a long list of men she's been with. Like, somehow she knows that's a bad, like, she's been taught, you know, that's not a good thing to do for her.
Yeah, and also it's unnecessary, because if she's already met a guy she feels like is like that, a lot of girls, they'll go through cycling or whatever because they feel like, oh, this guy has this, but he doesn't have that. He has this, he doesn't have that. He has this. But if she already feels like she's met a guy she can appreciate, and she didn't have to go through a dozen people, what's really the reason to go through a dozen?
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly. But and if she's gone through a whole bunch of people, that real, some guys have a problem with this. It makes her emotionally unstable. Too many men is not good for a woman's brain.
yeah.
So that you know, this woman I met, she had literally been with one guy. You know, he took her virginity in college, 7 years. I assume he would have married her. I mean, she was from another state, but she moved to DC where he was, and when it broke up, well, you know, I eventually met her. So, I would say it worked the way it did is because even though she said I was harsh, I treated her well, and she learned a lot from it. I think that's a thing that perhaps a lot of men overlook, right? So your life is going to be better off. One of the early things that she learned from me, she was 25, and she said, "My parents still treat me like a baby." And we had a whole conversation about how your parents are only responding to you. This is not about your parents. This is about you and how you present yourself to your parents. And so she went home for Thanksgiving, and apparently she took my words to heart and presented herself differently. And when she came back, she hugged and kissed me and said, "I can't believe my relationship with my parents is changing, and it's because of what I did." So that's having an impact. So if you can have an impact, positive impact in a woman's life, like her personal life, her professional life, if she works, if she's becoming a better woman because of you, it's like what you said. Why would she want to go somewhere else?
Yeah, for me, the main thing is having a woman who appreciates that, like, because there are a lot of women who sometimes they can't see what's in front of them, and they don't value certain things. Like, you know, sometimes they just don't get it. They're just too feminist or too, you know, domineering or whatever. Some of them just don't get it, and so the prerequisite is that she needs to be someone who can at least appreciate whatever it is you're bringing to the table. That's why, like, even when guys talk about value and all this kind of stuff, like, your values have to match, which when you speak about things like the affluent class, that's exactly what they'll have.
Exactly.
So it's like you've got to have the matching values, whatever they are. Like, whatever they are. Like, if for example, if you're a guy who's super religious, like I'm not, so if I was with a woman who was really religious, that probably wouldn't be a great match, you know. Like, I wouldn't even I'd feel guilty. I'd feel like I'm robbing her from a guy who should actually be with her, you know what I mean? Like, and it shouldn't be me, because I'm not going to be able to fulfill that side of her, like, a lot. And that's obviously something that's meaningful to her, because there are women, and this is the thing I think is actually maybe another part of the responsibility on your end as a guy, if you are masculine leader, is knowing how to let go of women who aren't, you know, who aren't that match, and being able to have the strength to do that. And I don't just mean the ones who annoy you, like, oh, she won't give me what I want. I mean, even if she gives you what you want, but you know that you're probably not the best match. I mean, I don't know, because you could make the argument, well, does she know what she wants, blah blah blah, but
no, I've met women and I was like, wow, this is a really good woman. I'm going to exit because I'm not going to give her what she wants. She's beautiful. She has a great body. She's smart, and yeah, I know she wants to get married, and I'm not going to do it. So instead of me messing her up for the next guy, I'm gonna just let the next guy who will.
Exactly. Like, that's how I think of it. The only issue I have with it is that I don't always trust that the next guy is gonna actually, like, that's the only. But I do it anyway from my end, and it's a very odd thing, because someone could make the argument like, well, what's the point? There's no guarantee that the next guy's going to appreciate it, or he might ruin her, or blah blah blah. But again, I feel like that's just that. That's that kind of thirsty mentality of just wanting to, like, because I'm speaking specifically about women where you can tell they're good, but they're not a good match. Now the thing is, that a lot of guys, they don't feel like they come across good women enough in the first place. So I think the idea of letting one go is very difficult to comprehend, because it's like, well, where are they even in the first place? So you found this unicorn, you want to get rid of it? That doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? But for me, I'm talking like, if I want a situation to go long term, I know that you can corrupt her by not letting her go earlier. Because you're going to make her. She's going to end up becoming, upset and bitter, because she'll dedicate years to you. Yep. Especially if she's young. Yep. Then she's gonna get older. Yep. And like, by the time she comes out of that relationship, she's gonna feel some type of weight, because she's gonna feel like, I did all of that and I didn't get what I wanted, even though you told her up front, yeah, I'm not gonna give you what you want. But like what we're describing, if she's one of those girls, a lot of those girls will stay anyway. And I feel like you, as the guy, if you really care, sometimes you do have to just cut that situation off for her, for her, and like you say, for hopefully another guy who's a better fit. I know that's probably difficult for some guys to get their heads around, but I don't know, it's kind of like just doing the right thing. That's how I view it. Like, but I'd rather just not be the one to corrupt that type of goal if I know I can't do it.
Right, because then they're gonna come back and say, I wish I would have never met you. But yet they still keep coming back, and this is all your fault. You screwed up my life. And, yeah. So, or they get married and still come see you and say, I can't wait till you get married so I can screw up your life. And I'm like, I didn't tell you to come here. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Call it being noble, not necessarily. I can't prove that the next guy is going to mess her up. So why put her in a situation where she is saying, I wish I would have never met you, and she's resentful, and now she's got her guard up against the next guy who didn't deserve that.
Yeah, and also because it's like, I think for me the thing is I know all these things, and I have all my gripes with how a lot of women are, but I know that if I do that, I'm just contributing to it. Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of just like, how can I sit here and make my complaints and then I'm willing to do the same thing? Like, that doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Like, I guess that's just having integrity. That's probably what I guess you could say is, it's like, if you have those values, you got to really have the integrity to stand on them, even in that. And it's not easy. It's because if the goal really is on point, it's difficult to want to leave it. But I think it's important, if and I think when people talk about having an abundance mindset, you really, really need to have that, because basically what it is you'll find something better than that for yourself. Yep. It's like, well, if I can get a goal like this anyway, it's like I can do it again, but it will be something that's better. And also that experience will teach you what was wrong with that, so that now you know exactly what you need, that situation didn't have, so. And that goes back to the value thing. Whatever value mismatch you had there, maybe you didn't know before you met her that was a thing that mattered to you. You know what I mean? So, but some guys, maybe they don't have strong values in anything, so they don't really care. They'll just take whatever. You know?
Right. Well, I mean, look, she may have been perfect, and if I'm saying, look, at the point I am at my life, I'm not going to give you what you want, and I understand what it is. So you should go somewhere and get what you want. I'm just being honest, and that's it. So if I'm willing to do that, and like you said, integrity, right? I'm being responsible, and what am I contributing to the world? If I'm willing to not mess her head up, and then I meet another woman and say, hey, look, I'm going to check you so that the next guy has an easier time. I basically did the same thing. In one situation, it's like, wow, she's a really good woman, and I'm not going to mess her head up so that the next guy has an easier time. And in the other one, this woman has some bad habits. I'm going to check her, and if I throw her back in, she'll be better off for the next guy. So it's not like I'm being a philanthropist, but there's a level of integrity, and there's a principle. There's some responsibility, because if the good woman who's really good for me feels like she got screwed up by 2 or 3 guys, then she's going to bring that to me. So if those 2 or 3 guys would have walked and let her come to me, kind of, some level of innocence, it would have been better for me. And I wouldn't have to chop through all that stuff. I know you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I've been doing this for 4.5 hours tonight. So I'm going to bring it to a close. That we started out talking about, do most women have a rape fantasy? And we even got some women from across the pond to talk about their rape fantasy. I had some psychologists talk about it and why women have this. And it's what we're asserting is that there's this level of masculinity that women want from men, and if they're not getting it, so it's coming out. Their desire for it didn't go away, so it's coming out in other areas. So what are you guys, whoever's still here, what final thoughts, conclusions, takeaways from this conversation? Do women have rape fantasies? Final thoughts,
yes,
guys.
they do. And we don't need to be talking about exploiting them. The men need to be able to read these women out. Them women need some help. They need some type of psychological, mentally help.
Okay.
And that's what I would say.
Okay. All right.
So do, because I'm not liking all this crazy talk about no rape fantasy.
Okay.
I'm not liking none of that. So they're gonna have to do something about that.
All right. Fair enough. Anyone else? Final thoughts, takeaways?
Yeah, there's I guess a lot of them might or whatever, but I think it is just down to basically it's them not being able to access masculinity the way they want, so it just comes out in weird ways, and it's like, if anything, it's almost like a form of sexual repression, but it's almost like masculine repression or something, and it leads to that type of sexual fantasy. So I think that's really what it comes down to, is that they just basically want to have the masculinity. But with that being said, I mean, as a guy, I think you should just be masculine regardless, because that way it doesn't matter what kind of fantasy she's got in her head, or whether she's Western, or whether she's from East Asia or South America, whatever. If women globally respect masculinity, and the key thing is, even if the woman doesn't like you, she will almost always respect you. I've found in my own life that the more masculine I've been, if even family members, whatever, my mom, like the respect level you get, even compared to some men who are older than you, if they're not as masculine, is ridiculous. Like, you got to just be unapologetically masculine, and don't feel like you can't be, and don't let anyone shame you out of it or think that you're wrong or toxic. Because the truth is, the people saying all that, realistically, both either men or women, on some level, they respect the fact that you're able to be like that, because they know deep down that that's what they want. The men want to be like that, and the women, they want to be with a guy like that. So just maintain it regardless.
Well said. Well said. And Common Man said, we've only evolved but so far. I would say we haven't evolved at all. The same things we were dealing with 2,000 years ago are still here. Women liked masculinity 2,000 years ago, and they still like it today. We still eat, sleep, go to the bathroom, and hell, I experimented and lived with people in the jungle with no electricity or running water, and you still saw the same human dynamics between men and women. So people have not evolved the way we think they have. Technology, things around us have, but we as human dynamics really haven't. So, hey guys, thanks. Always love your support, your participation, great comments. And hey, Happy New Year. Hope you guys all have an extraordinary year this year, and that you implement masculinity in a way you've never done before. That may be the ultimate fantasy that every woman has, that on a day-to-day basis, she has access to your masculinity. So good night. Have a great week. Talk to you soon. Thanks a lot, and goodbye.